Okay, thank you. Well, greetings. Welcome to the City Council regular meeting for Tuesday, February 20th, 2024. So we're going to start off with the pledge to the flag, and we have some great students here, brothers and sisters. And mom. Oh, here, I'm sorry. Let me get you the microphone. There we go. We're going to let ladies first. Okay. And we'll let you start.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well done. Thank you so much. And so we have JT Kaplan, right? How you doing, JT?
Doing good.
Good. Thank you for helping us out. And Jonny?
Yeah.
Okay, terrific. And then Casey? Okay. So what's your favorite part about school? Or tell us what schools you're in and what's your favorite part?
So I'm a freshman at Maricosa. And I think one of my favorite parts is definitely, my math that I'm in. Just enjoy geometry. It's like really fun. Have a lot of friends in that class too.
Oh, that's great. Now, what would you say if your mother wasn't standing here?
Probably lunch. Probably lunch.
There we go. JT, how about you?
I'm a sophomore at Maricosta, and my favorite part of Maricosta is probably all the different pathways that you can take and all the different ways that you can explore the interests that you have.
Great. Terrific. Let's hear from your sister.
I'm in 7th grade at MBMS, and my favorite part about MBMS is probably like meeting a bunch of kids from like other schools. Like there's like Pacific and Robinson and Grandview, and it's like good connecting with everyone.
Okay, that's great. You wouldn't have great kids without great parents. Madeline, do you want to say something?
Thank you for having us, and thank you for supporting our schools.
Oh, absolutely.
We have city pins.
So we've got some accommodations and pins for you here. So this is for Casey. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. On behalf of the City Council here. And Jonny,
Thank you.
thank you so much. Appreciate it. And JT, thank you so much. So this is a certificate of recognition where the City Council of the City of Manhattan Beach does hereby recognize all of you for leading the City Council and the community in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
again so
All
much.
right. And we have 3 pins. Wow.
We'll get a picture with,
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're going to get pictures.
with some council members who you might know already.
Don't worry, do we have some take a picture for you?
Okay, great.
Why don't we,
Does this work?
no, I'll go behind you guys, I think, because I don't think you
What?
can see everybody. Too kind of a far picture, kind of wide.
Kind
Kind of wide.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I resent
Go
that.
to the boys, that way they won't cut me out.
There we go. Okay, great. Everybody look here. 1, 2, 3. Got it.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you so much again. Really appreciate it. So, colleagues, if you could, if I could ask your indulgence, please, on a couple of moments here. The memorial service for the 5 fallen U.S. Marines who tragically died in the February 7th CH-53 helicopter crash 50 miles east of San Diego was held this past Friday at Marine Corps Air Station Miramar. All 5 Marines were assigned to the Flying Tigers of Heavy Marine Helicopter Squadron 361. These fallen heroes are pictured here, and they are Captain Benjamin Moulton, age 27, Captain Jack Casey, age 26, Captain Miguel Nava, age 28, Sergeant Alec Langen, age 23, and Lance Corporal Donovan Davis, age 21. Our son Jimmy was particularly close to Sergeant Alec Langen. They flew many hours together. Our city was honored in March 2021 with a flyover by a CH-53 helicopter from the same 361 squadron with my son on board as part of the aircrew. The United States flag and our City of Manhattan Beach flag flew on that flight. And they're pictured, and they're right here. The City of Manhattan Beach extends our deep, heartfelt condolences to the families of this tragedy. We will be eternally grateful to these brave Marines for their service and sacrifice to our country, and will support and pray for them, their families, their friends, and their fellow Marine Corps comrades. Please stand and join together in a moment of silence to honor and remember them. Thank you very much.
Hoorah!
There you go, Marine. Okay. So, City Clerk Lisa Tamura, could we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Lesser?
Here.
Councilmember Napolitano?
Here.
Councilmember Montgomery?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Haworth?
Present.
Mayor Franklin?
Here. Great, and moving on to ceremonial calendar, there is none. And now we go to E, approval of agenda and waiver of full reading of ordinances. This is a time for the City Council to remove items from the consent calendar for individual consideration. Colleagues, do we have any? No? Seeing none, we have a motion to accept the agenda, the approval of the agenda from Richard Montgomery and seconded by Councilmember David Lesser. Thank you. Next, we're...
Passes 5-0.
Oh, sorry. Next, we move on to City Council and Community Organization announcements of upcoming events. This is where you can speak for 1 minute per person.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, members of the Council. I'm Josh Murray. I'm here on behalf of Manhattan Beach Library. Tomorrow, Wednesday, February 21st at 3, we will be having a very special program in honor of African American and Black History Month. Children ages 6 to 12 are invited to story quilts inspired by Faith Ringgold. Join us as we learn about African American artist Faith Ringgold and how she created story quilts to tell about her dreams, memories, and the civil rights movement. Then make your own paper story quilt. Registration is available on our website, lacountylibrary.org. And I would like to invite the adult members of the community to attend a paint and sip afternoon on Saturday, March 2nd at 2. Come join us for a relaxing afternoon of instructor-led art and hot tea. Students will take home a completed work of art on canvas. Acrylic paint will be used, and registration is available on our website, lacountylibrary.org. And I thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, Josh.
Good evening. I'm Melissa McCollum with the Parks and Recreation Department. Thank you for the opportunity to invite the community to our next Big Pool Outreach Meeting, which will be held on Tuesday, February 27th from 6 to 8 p.m. Participants may attend in person in the City Council chambers, or they will also be able to join via Zoom to learn about the community findings to date, as well as see some conceptual design options for modernizing the Big Pool facility. We're really looking forward to the discussion and hope to see many of you there. Parks and Rec would also like to remind the community that our registration for spring activities as well as summer camps for residents does kick off on Monday, February 26th. Online registration will begin at 6 a.m. that day and in person at 8 a.m. at City Hall. Please do check out our most recent issue of the Manhappenings online for full descriptions of all of the wonderful classes and programs that are available for our kids, for our teens, for our adults, and our older adults. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. David Archer, Manhattan Beach Chamber of Commerce. It's my pleasure to be here before you this evening to invite you to two upcoming events. We have a mixer tomorrow evening at MB Post right here in downtown Manhattan Beach at 5:30. And we also have our Unity in the Community event Thursday afternoon from 1 to 2:30. And that's a virtual event. You can sign up on our website. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Great. Thank you, David. Miracosta, did you want to?
Hi, I'm Sophia Pena. We're with Miracosta, and we recently had our formal, which we believe went really well. We have a club day upcoming, which should be within the following 2 weeks when we restart school, and that is just to kind of help clubs at our campus raise money for their causes. And then we also would like to thank the MB renewal of schools. And then Lila.
Yeah, we would like to thank the renewal movement for MB teachers and just helping our teachers and our educational systems.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else? Colleagues? Anything? So, I think we have coffee with the mayor. So thank you, Richard, for showing coffee with the council.
Does iced coffee count?
Pass it over to
Absolutely.
So this is Coffee with the Mayor, and it was conceived by Councilmember Montgomery, and he's allowed me to share it. So the second and fourth Tuesday of every month from 3:30 to 4:30. This February 27th will be at Duncan at 1100 North Sepulveda Boulevard. And then the next one will be March 12th at Pete's Coffee downtown. Come by, have a chat, let's have some coffee. We can get deeper into different issues and questions that you might have. Hopefully, I'll even have some answers that I can help you with. So thank you so much for that. And then also, too, I have another announcement to make. It's with profound sadness that we announce the death of Glen Ray Sanders of Manhattan Beach. Glen, age 78, passed away Tuesday afternoon, January 23rd, in Malaga Cove, Palos Verdes Estates. It's with some comfort to know that he was doing what he loved the most on his final days and minutes before his untimely passing. Glen was finishing up a bike ride with friends and heading home on his own when he went into cardiac arrest. Glen Ray Sanders was born September 26, 1946, in Long Beach. He grew up in Manhattan Beach with his parents, Lillian and Glenn White, nicknamed Sandy Sanders, on Gates Avenue. Glenn graduated from Miracosta High School in 1964 and attended El Camino College. His career with the city of Manhattan Beach began in 1970. In 1975, he moved to the water department. As senior water plant operator, he was awarded the 1990-91 City Employee of the Year Award. Glenn was promoted to the Wastewater and Electrical Supervisor position in 1995 and retired in 2005. A U.S. Navy veteran, longtime City of Manhattan Beach decorated employee, a car enthusiast, avid cyclist, surfer, dirt bike rider, gardener, clockmaker, furniture craftsman, a tinkerer, welder. Man, I feel lazy when I'm hearing about him. Furniture craftsman, a tinkerer, welder, lover of history books, the Bible, and a man of faith. Words can't describe the endless attributes and talents of Glenn. He always made his family and friends a priority, and he will be sorely missed by all. But a glorious heavenly reunion is to come. Glenn is survived by his wife, Sue Sanders, son Eric Sanders, daughter-in-law Erica Sanders, daughter Julie Sanders, who joins us here today, and grandchildren Andrew and Lily Sharp. Sorry, her last name is Sharp. So, if we could have a moment of silence for Glenn Sanders. And a veteran. Thank you very much. Okay, so we move on to public comments. Speakers may provide public comments on any matter that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council, including items on the agenda. However, if you speak about an agenda item and that when that comes up, you can't make a public comment when we're discussing it at that time. So please come up and speak into the microphone and give us your name, please.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. I'm Julie Justice McGinnity, and I'm here with Bonnie Schwartz and Steve Debates. We're with the Friends of the Senior and Scout Community Center. We're the nonprofit organization that is partnering with the city to build the new community center on the site of the Scout House in Live Oak Park. Since our last update to council in March of 2023, we've made significant progress on our mutual goal to create an innovative, intergenerational community space. When not in use by the older adult program or Scouts, this facility will provide much needed additional meeting and programming space for all community-based organizations in the city. As you know, we have already transferred $2.3 million to the city to help fund the construction of the new building. Friends continues to successfully raise dollars to fund our part of the public-private partnership and deliver construction-ready plans to the city. We're pleased to report that we aim to raise $10,000 in our 2023 end-of-the-year campaign. And thanks to the efforts of Russ Lesser and others, we brought in $35,000. Our ongoing fundraising efforts include a $25,000 grant application to Supervisor Holly Mitchell and work with the Sandpipers and the city team to try to facilitate a $50,000 contribution from Sandpipers Community Capital Projects Fund. Tomorrow Design Group has recently received comments back to the city team from the city team on the 65% design documents, and we are working hard to deliver the 95% design documents by March 29th. In the last month, we've brought on additional designers for solar, lighting, and interior design. We continue to collaborate closely with the Department of Public Works, and we're especially grateful for the stewardship of the project from our lead, Marjana Lakowska. We'd also like to call out the extra efforts of the city's urban forester, Ernest Area, who is helping us ensure the health of that legacy pine tree that will be in the center of the new courtyard and allow us still to move forward with building a small gas fire pit. If you're listening tonight and you haven't donated yet, please go to mbcommunitycenter.org and do so. We are a small team of volunteers, and we may not have personally asked you yet, but don't let that stop you. Please donate. This project is a true public-private partnership with the ongoing support of this amazing council and the staff team. We look forward to finishing up the design phase and getting the project ready for construction bids in the fall. Sorry I went over.
That's
Thanks.
okay. Thank you, Julie.
Good evening, Council. My name is Madeline Kaplan, and I want to thank each and every one of you for your support of the renewal, the simple renewal of Measure MB. Individually, you have endorsed it, as have every sitting elected official in our city, and numerous, in fact, if not all, past elected officials. Thank you. Thank you also for the consideration of the resolution of this body tonight, for the city to also pass a resolution in support of the simple renewal. And it is rather a very simple renewal. It is $225. That is exactly what we are currently paying. It is for 6 years. That is exactly the term that we currently have. There is no cost of living increase. which is exactly what we have now. And in addition, unlike the first time, if you already have a renewal, the senior exemptions renew automatically. So I repeat, the renewals for exemptions repeat automatically, but if you're newly 65, you can apply for an exemption. And I just want to share a little bit about why I think Measure MB is a win for everyone in the city. For families like mine, my children are over there, thanks for holding those signs. It's crystal clear how we benefit. Historically, Measure MB pays for over 20 teachers. These are teachers that could be in the pathways that my son mentioned was one of his favorite reasons for going to Costa. Could be a teacher at my daughter's school at MBMS, Jonny, maybe a lunch supervisor. But at every elementary school, at every school, these teachers are reducing class sizes. They are improving the quality of education for our students. But what if you don't have children in MBUSD? What if your children are at Martyrs? I love Martyrs too. It's a great school. They might want to go to Costa, and so many of them do. What if your children are in Chadwick? Well, some of those kids came back to Costa this year for Model United Nations, or one of JT's friends for orchestra. One of Johnny's friends came for volleyball. So these kids come back to our schools. So for $225 a year per parcel, you can guarantee an option of quality education. Now, what if you don't have any children at all anymore? Strong schools in the schools. Strong schools are strong communities. This really is a win for everyone. The election is March 5th. Thank you, Council, for supporting, but community, please join us in voting yes to renew Measure MB, the simple renewal of exactly what we are paying now. Thank you.
Wow.
Right on the button.
Right on time.
Anybody else? Anybody else in chambers? Seeing none. Martha, how about Zoom?
There's no request on Zoom.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and close.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Heather Kim raised her hand.
Oh, okay.
Hi. I have many reasons why I'm voting no on Measure MB, and there is a choice, you guys. You don't all have to vote yes. And right now, one of the issues that I see with Maricosta is their Ethnic Studies Committee. I believe they're not even calling it Ethnic Studies anymore. They have some other name for it. They're going off tangent here and using their power and position as educators to teach some really, off-base things to our children. So that's just one of the reasons that I'm voting no on MB. I believe also that, there's a stain from when Measure A was went on a couple of years ago. Yeah, those bad feelings haven't really gone away for a lot of members of our community. And I believe that there's also an FPPC violation investigation, government something, against a bunch of us who opposed Measure A for good reason. And, that hasn't been settled and dealt with. There's just a lot of bad feelings and a lot of reasons why it's okay to vote no. If this is only going to be a Band-Aid on a busted artery, we should rip that Band-Aid off right now instead of waiting 6 more years. What is the district doing differently to take care of the root of their problems? Because if this passes, this is only going to temporarily help. And I believe that MBUSD definitely has a money doesn't solve money problems. When you have a spending problem and there's not a lot of accountability on how the district is using it, then we all need to come together as a community and say, hey, you need to be very transparent, and you need to also really listen to the parents who are concerned about the curriculum at the school, the money and how it's being used. I mean, there's a lot of parents with lots of concerns, and they're all being just kind of ignored because there is a pompous attitude that this is going to pass very easily. $225 might not seem like a lot of money, but it's really we're handing over complete power to this district who has shown irresponsibility. So we want to make sure that the district is doing the right things for the parents and the students, and we have to fix this problem of declining enrollment. So let's start there. Let's really, talk across, the aisles and bring all of our concerns to the table and actually take care of that, So anyways, that's why I oppose MB for now, at least. And maybe Madeline can change my mind. She's a lovely lady. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
There's no additional requests.
Okay.
Your Honor, can I ask a question? Since Madeline Kaplan happens to be here. Madeline, can I ask a question up here? Sure. I want to answer. I've heard this before from somebody else. I want to make sure that we all get the same information. Since you're here on behalf of Measure MB,
Yes.
Is it true that the district is seeing declining enrollment? I heard the other way around, that enrollment's actually increased.
Well, at Maricosta, the enrollment is up. And I can speak to that because I was at the meeting where Principal Gerger proudly shared that information. And I know firsthand why that is happening. Now, I can't speak to the rest of it. Unfortunately, I'm sorry I didn't bring that information. I'm a more junior member of the campaign, but an enthusiastic one. But I have to just speak to what I know. But I do know that at Maricosta, they have seen increases in students for at least 2 years now.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you. Any doubt I had before about my support for this just was doubled down and said it's absolutely supportive. So thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, we're going to close public comments. And we're going to go on to the consent calendar. And do I have a motion to accept? Yes, from Councilmember Lesser. And a second from Mayor Pro Tem Haworth. Thank you.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
And that, of course, includes a consideration of a resolution in support of the Manhattan Beach Unified School District Quality Education Protection Measure.
Unanimously.
So moving on to items removed from the consent calendar, there are none. We'll move on to public hearings. Item number 11, conduct public hearing renewing the North Manhattan Beach Business Improvement District and approval of the annual collection of assessments. City Manager Moe?
Yes, Assistant to the City Manager George Gabriel will take control of this item.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Mayor Franklin and members of the City Council, this item comes before you on an annual basis, so many of you are not unfamiliar with this. So the assessments for the North Manhattan Beach Business Improvement District must be renewed annually. In conformance with applicable law, the City Council adopted a resolution on January 16, 2024, declaring its intention to authorize the collection of assessments to provide services in accordance with the 2024 activity plan and budget laid out. The Business Improvement District is funded through an 80% surcharge to the business license tax paid by those businesses located within the district. And this is a not to exceed $500 annually. At the current rate, the assessments levied collects approximately $25,000 per year. So all this being said, staff is recommending that the City Council conduct the public hearing, adopt Resolution 24-0017, ratify the 2024 Advisory Board members, and approve the 2024 activity plan. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, Council? No? How about public comments?
There's no request on Zoom.
Okay, so we'll close public comments. Discussion, Council?
No.
Oh, okay. So we have a motion to accept.
Yes. Adopt.
To adopt?
And to, can we do all?
Yes, all three of them.
Yeah,
All three? Okay.
B, C, and D.
B, C, and D.
So your motion to accept?
My motion is to adopt resolution number 24-0017, ratify the Business Improvement District Advisory Board members for 2024, and review and approve the proposed 2024 activity plan.
Okay, we have a motion, and it's seconded by Councilmember Montgomery. Can we have a vote, please? Thank you.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great, thank you. So moving on, we go to general business. Item number 12, status of long-term dining program development, consideration of recommendations from the Outdoor Dining Task Force, and amendment number 1 to the professional services agreement with more MIG. How about that? So we have Community Development Director Mirza Kanyan.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Staff's presentation to you today is the culmination of 5 months of extensive community outreach and a tremendous amount of collaboration amongst interdepartmental city staff, the Outdoor Dining Task Force, and community members. We are at a crucial turning point in the process, and the direction we receive from the City Council this evening will allow us to move on to the development of other major deliverables, and that includes understanding what the cost of this implementation of this program will be, the development of the fee structure that will be created for the businesses who participate, and securing the funding sources. The decisions tonight will also allow us to finalize parking solutions, the development guidelines, as well as being able to move forward through the regulatory process. With that, I wanted to let the City Council know that I have with me this evening Eric Zanfleet, our City Traffic Engineer. We have online Rick Barrett with MIG, our consultant, and Jae-hee Yoon, our Senior Planner, who will be providing you with the staff presentation. We will all be available for questions afterwards.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Senior Planner Jae-hee Yoon, and the item before you is regarding a status update report regarding the long-term outdoor dining program development. To provide you with some background, back in August 2021, the City Council directed staff to pursue a work plan item to study a long-term program for outdoor dining and business uses. Last February, the city's temporary outdoor dining program came to an end, consistent with the end of the state of emergency. And in May 2023, the city's outdoor dining task force meetings kicked off, with 9 meetings conducted to date. And relevant materials from each meeting have been posted to the outdoor dining webpage, as seen in this link. In June 2023, the City Council approved a PSA with outdoor dining consultant MIG to assist the city in specialized areas of the program development. And in September 2023, the City Council received the first status report, at which time the City Council supported the task force recommended program scope in terms of business uses and locations. They also requested that staff conduct additional targeted outreach to Walk Street residents and that outdoor dining be defined to clarify the program objective. They also opposed revising MIG's PSA to conduct a statistically accurate survey, as well as an alternative traffic pattern analysis. And lastly, they requested staff assess current vehicle loading and waste management issues in downtown to provide potential solutions. Since October 2023, there were several community outreach efforts that have been conducted, starting with the community workshop, which was intended to inform the public of the program development and receive feedback on a variety of different topics. The same materials from the workshop was also made available at the 51st Hometown Fair during the same week, and we found that the public was largely in support of outdoor dining, including utilizing select walk streets for outdoor dining activities. However, we also learned a lot of the concerns from the public, which included trash, noise, traffic, parking, narrow sidewalks, and etc., some of which we are already facing today without a long-term program in place. In November 2023, staff conducted targeted outreach to Walk Street residents regarding the potential utilization of those select walk streets for outdoor dining. We reached out to 200 plus tenants and property owners by sending out postcards and delivering door hangers. We received 43 responses to the survey and conducted 3 focus group sessions. As the results showed a strong opposition to the idea, we will no longer be recommending the use of Walk Street commercial corners for outdoor dining. However, as the program will include public realm developments that cater to non-drinking and eating establishments as well as the general public per the task force's recommendation, they seek to revisit some Walk Street commercial corners that are not immediately adjacent to residential uses for that purpose. And in particular, we wanted to look at the Walk Street commercial corner east of Manhattan Avenue along 10th Street and have prepared 3 options for the City Council's consideration tonight. This is a view looking east from Manhattan Avenue along 10th Street, which is between Uncorked and Manhattan Denham. The first option is maintaining the status quo of prohibiting commercial use of walk streets while allowing sidewalk dining in front of the establishments per the existing code. The second option is similar to option 1, but includes public realm improvements with hardscape landscape features, such as uniform street furniture, bike racks, trash bins, and landscaping to beautify the area. Again, no code amendments will be required to do so, as it will be serving the public and commercial activities will be prohibited. While the task force hasn't yet discussed each option in detail, staff recommends option 2 as the best alternative use for this particular Walk Street commercial corner, and that aligns with the Coastal Commission's preferred use of public spaces that benefit the public in terms of coastal access and recreational opportunities. The last option is amending the code and related policies to allow commercial outdoor dining next to the eating and drinking establishment while prohibiting the use of sidewalk dining in front of their business. By doing so, sidewalk widening or altering the existing landscape along this street segment wouldn't be necessary, and the permittee will be required to regularly maintain and upkeep the Walk Street encroachment area. Since December 2023, the consultant team has been conducting a series of stakeholder interviews with the business community as well as residents throughout the city. The eating and drinking establishments spoke highly of the temporary program's benefits and expressed their willingness to work with the city as well as the public to create a program that is fair, desirable, and an asset to the community. For non-drinking and eating establishments, they either saw the outdoor dining program as a win-win effect since they saw the increased foot traffic led to sales growth. On the other hand, some saw it negatively impacting their business due to loss of on-street parking in the vicinity that served their patrons. The input from the residents group were similar to what we've heard during other community outreach efforts in that they welcomed outdoor dining as long as it can be done right.
Excuse me, Senior Planner Yoon, just a moment, please. City Manager Mo, there's a lot that we're going to have to go over in this particular item. Should we divide it up a little bit? Should we go ahead and maybe ask questions now on this on the previous section about the 10th Street, Walk Street?
If you'd like to, you can certainly do that, yes.
Council members, what do you think?
I think
I'm saving mine for the end.
I think it depends on the public input, though. Are you going to take public input on a sectional basis?
See, I would go through the whole.
Yeah, because then people have 3 minutes.
Let's take Jay's flow. He's doing a pretty good job.
Let's let her finish her
And then we'll hear
presentation.
the public.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Not a bad idea.
You're welcome.
to get
As
everyone
part
to
of outreach efforts, we asked the public to help define what outdoor dining means to Manhattan Beach, and based on their input, the task force is recommending the following as the definition for outdoor dining, which is open air al fresco dining on public and private property, in which the experience allows for opportunities to enjoy the pleasant weather and scenic ocean views, promotes a sense of community and interaction with others, enhances the ambiance and small town character of Manhattan Beach, and balances community vibrancy with residential quality of life. From here, I'd like to walk you through how we came about the preferred program vision. The primary goal of the long-term outdoor dining program is finding a balance between preserving residents' quality of life and providing outdoor dining opportunities where appropriate. This will be at the core of what we deliver at the end of the day, and we believe it can be achievable if we consider addressing the community's input that we received thus far. Specifically, we've repeatedly heard from the community that our sidewalks are already narrow and congested with outdoor dining, that on-street decks cause numerous issues, including visual blight, long-term maintenance issues, diverted drainage flow and flooding, vermin visibility and access, and eliminating the much-needed on-street parking spaces. Also, with the increased occupancy from outdoor dining, parking and traffic issues will further be exacerbated, and the additional trash and noise negatively impact the quality of life for the residents. So taking all this into consideration, staff initiated interdepartmental discussions to tap into each division's expertise and professional wisdom, and explored potential solutions and created a vision for Manhattan Beach, which is to permanently widen sidewalks into the vehicular right-of-way where feasible, and providing a permanent flat surface for outdoor dining opportunities adjacent to the establishment itself. There are three main components of the preferred program vision that's reflected in the conceptual plans that were prepared in-house, and the first is sidewalk widening. You can see an example of what that would look like before and after, and underneath that image is a basic rendering of what we envision as a robust version of sidewalk dining immediately adjacent to the restaurant, with temporary barriers that can be removed at the end of the day along with the tables and chairs. You'll also notice that there's a clear path of travel for pedestrians that wouldn't be obstructed by servers crossing over to the other side. And on the conceptual plan, you'll find areas of sidewalk widening proposed as highlighted in blue in the right side image. The next component is on-street parking reconfiguration to add, remove, or change parallel to angled parking or vice versa to accommodate the sidewalk widening while also minimizing the net loss of parking spaces and also without removing existing vehicular lanes. This is an example of how the existing parallel parking close to Manhattan Beach Creamery will be converted to angled parking to increase on-street parking spaces. We want to note that based on our current version of the conceptual plan, our traffic engineer, Eric, has done his magic to reconfigure parking in such a way that there's actually no net loss of on-street parking spaces, and there can actually be a net gain of 2 spaces depending on which option we choose for Manhattan Beach Boulevard west of Manhattan Avenue. Also, aside from the conceptual plan, staff is continuing to work with the consultant team to explore additional or new parking options that will be available to accommodate for the increased occupancy that will be generated by outdoor dining. The last component is identifying potential outdoor dining areas as well as public improvement areas, which are called public flex space areas in the conceptual plan, as it's intended to serve a variety of different uses to the public depending on the location, size, and the needs. We want to emphasize that not all public flex areas in the plan will be improved. Rather, the task force will provide their input in regards to which areas to focus on from a menu of options that they came up with, which may include decorative lighting, trash bins, bike facilities, landscaping, street furniture, and so forth. There are several benefits from the preferred program vision I'd like to reiterate, which is that this vision addresses the community's input on narrow sidewalks. It allows sidewalk dining immediately adjacent to establishments, so in the case where they have to connect to utilities, they don't have to go underground and can connect from the building itself. The sidewalks will be less congested. There will be a clear path of travel for pedestrians at all times, and the streetscape will have a unified look and feel. It also reduces the various issues related to on-street decks that I mentioned earlier and creates more opportunities for the public to use the extra space available in the sidewalk for uses when sidewalk dining is not in operation. Another added benefit is that without on-street decks, it provides curbside passenger access for parked cars and reduces the need for access ramps to and from the dining areas. This is an example of temporary on-street decks we had, which people saw as visual blight and out of character with the city's aesthetic standards. And this is a rendering of proposed sidewalk widening along the sloped street with raised platforms in front of the establishment that creates a flat surface for outdoor dining opportunities. This is one segment of the conceptual plan with potential public flex space identified along the Walk Street east of Manhattan Avenue along 10th Street to be determined. Overall, this conceptual plan has been supported by the task force as well as various departments in the city because we can better plan for and design permanent infrastructure better than reacting to issues that may arise from temporary expansions and structures. It's also something the Coastal Commission has applauded our effort on because it has the ability to counterbalance the privatization of public spaces in the coastal zone, and they have advised that we are moving in the right direction from the other conversations they've had with jurisdictions that are also seeking permanent outdoor dining programs. As the preferred program vision will take time to design, fund, and build, the task force discussed potential solutions during the interim until we build this out in phases and recommends that no stopgap measures be proposed that reintroduces on-street decks or other temporary solutions. The reason being that we already provide sidewalk dining and private property outdoor dining opportunities with our current code. In terms of the second floor outdoor dining opportunities, we will be revising and supplementing the existing guidelines we have with the task force's input as part of this program development. During the interim, the task force is recommending that we focus our attention on addressing current issues related to refuse, noise, and vehicle loading to prevent or minimize exacerbating these issues once the vision is implemented in the future. And as a first step, the task force is currently working on topics related to this, such as live entertainment, amplified music, and vehicle loading hours, to name a few, in which no recommendations has been made as of yet. If the City Council desires to proceed with the preferred program vision, the conceptual plans will need to be further developed into preliminary plans that are prepared by a civil engineer to assess the technical and financial feasibility as well as prepare for construction documentation. As part of this work scope, MIG will also be providing cost estimates and also timing and phasing of the construction itself. And at that time, we will be able to come back to the City Council with a funding plan as well. Potentially tapping into bonds, grant funding, and other revenue-generating opportunities, as well as evaluating the consultant's recommended program fee to offset the costs. In order to proceed with the preliminary plans, a PSA amendment will be required, which is an additional amount of approximately $91,700. And in addition, if we have to expand the preliminary plan work scope to add additional street segments, we have an option to expand that work scope with an additional service for $15,000 per street block. Recognizing that was a lot of information, I'd like to summarize the main discussion points for tonight, which is to receive City Council direction on 1, task force recommended program, preferred program vision and goals during the interim, 2, Walk Street commercial corner options for east of Manhattan Avenue along 10th Street, and 3, potential amendment to MIG's PSA to develop preliminary plans. This concludes staff's presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Council, questions? Councilmember Lesser?
I have
Start
an
this off.
initial one related to the larger preferred program vision and how it would be funded. You indicated in your remarks, as did the director, that to the extent council gives direction to proceed, staff would then return with perhaps some funding option along with the consultant. But I guess I'm wondering, to what extent is it envisioned that the city would pay for the whole thing, given that there's going to be improvements to very specific parcels? Has staff, has the task force given any preliminary thought to this? Has the consultant perhaps come up with other case studies where other jurisdictions have dealt with this very same issue?
The consultant team has worked with other jurisdictions where they did recommend some other general funding sources, whether it's from SCAG or from the federal level or the state level. And right now, because we don't know the details of our plans, and some of the grant funding needs to meet eligible standards, whether it's complete streets or improving accessibility, it really depends on the scope of what we deliver at the end of the day through the preliminary plans. But they do have a pool of grant funding opportunities that they can tap into and provide us so we can pick and choose which best meets our needs.
I think I'm asking a slightly different question, which may be in the form of comments and direction to the consultant later. But what I'm getting at is that specific parcels would be improved. And it's different than maybe a general benefit, because we could say that improving our downtown serves our entire city, serves our residents, serves visitors. But to the extent that we're expanding dining space for specific businesses, it improves those businesses. And I'm just wondering to what extent staff at this stage has given any consideration to whether there should be supplemental assessments to individual properties, or is the expectation that this would be funded entirely by the city?
I think it's a combination of three different things. One, it could be bonds, it can be grant funding from outside sources, and it can also be from the revenue generating opportunities such as increasing parking meters. And also because EPS, which is the sub-consultant to MIG, they're doing a fiscal impact analysis on how much sales tax is generated and how it impacts parking and overall the economic development of the city. They will be proposing an appropriate program fee at the end of the day to help offset these costs.
Okay, I have one more question just as it relates. Sorry, please, Director.
I want to add one thing to that response. Thank you, Jahi. And that's that upfront, yes, the city will be spending the money. And part of the beauty of this vision is that you're still getting the expanded sidewalks benefit, no matter if the business chooses to participate in the program or not. At the end of the day, the businesses that select and they opt into the program, they will be charged a fee, which will be developed and presented to the council at a later date. And if the businesses choose not to, the businesses that are abutting the widened sidewalks, then the city has the benefit of the widened sidewalk for the pedestrians.
Okay, that's helpful. Obviously, we haven't yet gotten any costs, but they're likely to be a little bit more than what we're seeing here so far. The question I guess I have has to do with the public flex space. I'm not sure if I'm fully understanding the option 2 and who would be responsible for maintaining it to the extent it's not used for commercial dining by the adjacent business. Yes. This would be a public space with seating, is that right?
Seating could be an option. It will really depend on the location, size, and scale of those areas.
I thought we were just talking about the northeast corner of 10th Street and Manhattan Avenue.
Yes, for this particular area, because it's larger than the other areas that we have identified, most likely we will be considering street furniture, including seating areas.
There's furniture there now, so my question again is who would be responsible for it if we opt for this option 2? Would the city take over responsibility for placing seating or benches there?
Yes, it will be the city, and also all these improvements and even the use of the public spaces for outdoor dining, that will also be considered in the fiscal impact analysis by the consultant team, so we can somehow offset these costs.
I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Napolitano.
Thank you. Just to follow up first, Lemony, because I'm hearing competing things here. Director Mirzakhani, you started off the presentation by inferring, at least that's how I read it, that the mechanism for payment wasn't dependent on the city. It would be through fees and other things. Now I'm hearing that grants and SCAG. SCAG's not going to give us any money for this. No grants are going to be enough to cover this. So it's going to be, and when you talk about bonds, it sounds great until you put it along with other issues that we're dealing with. We just did bonds for the second fire station. We're going to have to build the senior center. We're talking about a pool, priorities for the entire community as well. So putting this in the scheme of that, I think where the money's coming from is going to be important, because when you say the benefit of a widened sidewalk, no one looked for that until we started talking about outdoor dining. I've been preaching that for actually years. No one paid attention to it. Jill's shaking her head because she knows I approached her about this several years ago. But now we're talking about it because of dining. And so, which is a benefit to the community, but also direct benefit to the restaurants who are going to utilize public property for private enrichment. So I guess before we go to them, we have I'll say not the best history of coming up with what was the slogan of
Dream it,
plan it,
build it,
build it, something like that, whatever it was, which was a complete failure because by the time the price tag came,
No problem, yeah.
nobody said we're going to do anything. And that's happened several times over for different projects. So I'd like to know what that scheme is kind of before going any further with this, because I don't see the point of spending another $90,000 on consultants to come up with it. We should be able to ballpark what sidewalks will cost through Public Works. You know, as a per square footage, what the additional square footage is going to be. We should be able to ballpark it so we know up front, okay, we'll refine that number over time, but here's the guesstimate as to what we're talking about. Is it $1 million or $2 million? We talked one time about redoing all the sidewalks. Current configuration was going to cost, I don't know, it was $1 million a block or something like that. I would like more details on that before we go and just say, yeah, let's just do this. Guys, plan away. Come back with a $100 million price tag, and we're sitting there going, okay, we're not going to bond that and do the senior center and do the, so that's one thing. The next thing, I'm not sure, can you answer that question?
I just wanted to address a portion of it. So the reason we wanted to spend the money for the civil engineered plans is because it is going to take into account any utility reconfiguration, which is going to give us a more appropriate and exact cost estimate. And that was part of the reason we wanted to do that exercise. Understanding the statement, though, we are happy to come back with a conceptual level estimate if that helps the city council. We can work with our public works colleagues and see if that's possible to bring back. But to answer your earlier question.
Well, and just to frame that for, because I get that, it'd be great to have those details. But even the best civil engineers work on that. Once you crack open that ground, we're going to find things that we didn't know was there, just like we've done with undergrounding and a million other projects. So, you know, that's still going to be a guesstimate at best.
Correct. We're trying to account for any trees that have to move, any, again, underground utilities and such to make sure we give you the best estimate possible. But I understand where you're coming from, and we can work with Public Works to see if we can come up with a conceptual level estimate.
And then just on page, we can go back and forth. On page 391 of the total 15 of the staff report, 391 of the agenda, the rectangle, I see the angled parking. Is the rectangle there a space for the creamery? Is it a public flex space, or is it a, what is that?
Micro cars parking spot.
Well, it's not put in the parking. I'm just wondering, are we taking out the tree that's there?
Oh, yeah, what is that?
Is that a flex? What is that going to be? See the upper rectangle?
Yes,
Left, my
anything
laser
in light
pointer home
blue
with the cats.
represents public flex space areas.
Not like blue.
Oh, it wasn't a color that I could see. So that's a flex space.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, but that incurs the removal of a tree.
Not necessarily. It will really depend on what the task force chooses to put in that location, and it might not even be part of the eventual improvement at the end of the day, because the task force will have to select the areas that they want to focus on. Right now, we currently have approximately 30 areas identified.
So that's a maybe rectangle. All right.
Flex is
We're just trying to understand that. Okay, then the other is, my question is, so this represents basically a snapshot in time, because going back, as people will tell me I do, right, at one point there was the coffee cart, which before your time. Ocean View Cafe is going from a restaurant to a office building. Coffee Cart went from a restaurant to an office building. Hook and Plow took the place of, well, it was some therapy place and several other things. That is now a restaurant. My understanding is the gallery down there is going to be a restaurant. At least that's proposed. Things come and go. These are plans for parking and for dining spaces for what is there today. But what's the flexibility that's built in for new? Because, I'm thinking where Nando is, where all those places, where, what is it, Dosh Dashi was was that part of the bikini shop next door? But some of these things were retail, and they're going to be switching back and forth. How are we going to account for those folks?
How would we account for changes?
I stumped the planner. That was my goal.
Oh.
We considered that as well, and we were actually going to ask to work with our consultants to figure out if there are opportunities in those areas we haven't already identified. You saw we had an additional 15K per block or per segment to identify certain areas in the future if those spaces were to convert to restaurants and they also wanted to participate in the program. We would establish a certain fee for expansion in those areas as well. Right now, the way it is, it'll serve wider sidewalks for pedestrians or restaurants if those restaurants come and go. So either way, the city will reap the benefits of the expansion. I think the issue becomes more of an issue for those properties where we have not identified the widening of the sidewalks, and we are seeking to get some sort of a figure on what would it cost if in the future we wanted to develop those particular segments.
Okay. Because that, even Culture Brewing, right, that was a hairstylist before. So, and looking at that, though, and looking at some of these figures, so how much seating is going to be created in these spaces? What's the average space? I'm looking at slide, was it page 16 of the staff of the presentation, page 3, what did I do? Page 392 of the agenda, where it is, you've got 1, 2, 3, 5 dining spaces for each of the places there. How much seating is that really going to create? They look smallish.
So based on Eric's estimation, it will depend on the size of the existing store frontage that is available, and it can range anywhere from 8 to 46 additional sidewalk seating areas.
And they're coming out how far away from the front of the building?
I believe it's 7 or 8 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I had put my name up there, so I'm going to go ahead and ask some questions here as well. First of all, my comments are, we've all looked at outdoor dining, and your preferred program vision was actually talked about almost immediately after the decks went up. We were faced with an emergency. Members on this council were here, they addressed it, they did yeoman's work. Staff has done a great job. The restaurants, the businesses, the residents have done a great job. I was very impressed with the thoroughness of this, even though we're going to be asking a lot of questions, but that's what we do. But I want to thank the task force for their hard work. I saw the meeting schedule, I saw the number of hours, and so, and you're not getting paid, so I really, really appreciate, what you're doing and bringing your expertise and your thoughts to that. So my comment, I think, when I asked my initial questions was, this is it looks terrific. Getting rid of, not using decks, that's a huge thing. We're even going to save money, believe it or not. I haven't seen it in detail from the design, from our consultant, that he's going to take away money because he doesn't have to design decks. And also decks are kludgy. We know what they brought to the situation. So anyway, so let me roll up my sleeves. So let's talk about 10th Street to begin with, just so I have a good understanding. So if you can go to your Walk Street option number 1, maintain the status quo. So I understand that you have in the lower left corner, you have the existing sidewalk dining, right? Do we know how many seats that is, how many tables that it's supposed to be?
12 seats in
12
total.
seats. That's
At
fine.
Uncorked,
Out on court.
what is currently, yeah.
Okay, so now, and then there's nothing else impeding it. They're not using that deck that's coming off the south end of their building. They're not using that.
No, they are
Okay.
not.
And that's verified by code enforcement and everything like that. Currently. Anyway, they're not supposed to. Okay. All right, let's assume they're not. So, all right, so let's go to Walk Street option number 2. So basically, it's creating that flex area out of that patio that's to the south, to be determined as far as what that's going to look like. And then they keep the existing sidewalk dining that they have now, the 12 seats, right? The
Yes,
12
that's
seats.
correct.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor?
Yeah.
Can you ask how far up that goes, the flex space?
How far east?
Yep.
Yeah, how far east does that go, that patio?
It's unknown at this time. But
Okay,
we
so-
could get,
Just that first part.
So they've got a long way, right?
That could be, just that first segment. We can use the first 2 segments. But the thing that distinguishes this particular block from all the other walk streets is that the entirety of that block is commercial. There are no residences on this street.
Right.
The one behind the building isn't residential?
Well, we'll let her talk and we'll come back.
You'll have a chance during public comments. Okay. I mean, we've all walked it. I mean, it's fairly significant. Okay, and then let's just, so is the idea, and I know it's probably going to be, depends upon what we decide. So in a public flex area, could a family come and set up a birthday party? Could it be used for all sorts of other events? We see that on the beach. People come to the beach and they set up elaborate, announcements of an engagement or the gender reveal or things like that. Would somebody be able to do that on that area?
So this would be utilized just like any other public space we currently have in downtown. We have benches in areas, we have bicycle storage infrastructure, the bike racks, et cetera. And this space is intended to work in that exact way. It's a space that we, as a city, have not really explored before, but it particularly caught the Coastal Commission's eye because it's quite a bit of area compared to our other seating areas in downtown. And it gives us an opportunity to provide those people who can't afford to go to the restaurants an opportunity to sit on a seat and have their sandwich that they bought from Becker's, for example, over there instead of having to go, eat at one of the other restaurants. And it also gives them an opportunity to have a view of the ocean, which some of our other seating does have and some of our seating does not. But this is why it particularly caught the attention of the Coastal Commission.
Okay, great. And the option number 3 is basically moving the sidewalk dining that exists now, the 12 seats, over to that area. And again, how many seats do you think that would be?
it will depend on how much walk street space we would want to allocate to this eating and drinking establishment and making sure they meet ADA requirements in terms of the placement of the seats.
Okay, and it would only be usable by the business that's called Uncorked, the Uncorked Wine Shop.
At this time, that's what is being proposed.
Okay, got it. All right, so let's move on. Understand about the sidewalks. Understand about expanding. We had some questions. What is this going to do to the parking meters if you expand the sidewalk? You're just going to move the parking meters out closer to the street where the cars are then?
I believe the parking meters are in the process of being removed entirely with kiosks and other updated tools that we use for parking meters.
Okay, so something like QR codes or
Yes.
a kiosk? Or,
Yes.
okay. Recognizing that we had kiosks before, but the Salt Air is really tough on them. Okay, I was concerned also about the cost, and also concerned about like just sort of a general idea of the, you know, of the cost to the restaurants and to the businesses that want to use that area. Because why proceed if it's going to be a program
That's
that's
cost
going to be
prohibitive.
that's going to be cost prohibitive, right?
So thank you for bringing that up, Mayor Franklin. And to that point, I just wanted to say that staff didn't want to be wasteful of our resources. We have a limited amount of money that we can utilize, and we didn't necessarily want to proceed with the costing and all that if it was a vision that the council was completely not supportive of. Because then we would have spent the money to come up with all those figures and present a program to you for the fee of what we would be charging the businesses. And then we'd lose that money if the council at the end of the day did not want to move forward with that vision. So we were trying to be a little bit budget friendly in that sense, which is why we didn't do all of that work and expend all of those resources in advance. But
Okay.
that is the next
Understand.
step.
All right, and so restaurants have sidewalk permits, right?
Sidewalk dining permits, yes.
How are those charged right now? Are those charged per
That's-
square foot, or is it per fee?
It's $4 per square foot, depending on the frontage of their restaurants.
$4 per square foot, okay. Okay, and going to Councilmember Napolitano's question about, this is on slide number 16, the potential outdoor dining seating areas. We don't have, I mean, we talked about the size, but how many seats is that going to allow? So say typically for Bluestone Lane
For
or Culture
Bluestone-
Brewing, how many seats is that going to
Or
allow?
we have an exact amount of seating that will be added on, but the average is approximately 20% increase from their indoor dining capacity right now. For instance, Bluestone Lane, it'll be 14 additional seats. Bruco would be 16, and so forth. And we'll be happy to share this information with you.
Okay, I'm sorry, so Bluestone Lane would be
14 additional seats.
14. So 4 people per table. So there'd be 4 tables then for Bluestone, for Culture Brewing? In that space, you got to allow space for the door. How does that correlate with like the seating that they have now? Well, I mean, it just seems a little high, you know, in there for those. But if we can just, as we've already talked about, firming that up. The other concern is, did we look into the fact if you're going to replace diagonal parking in this same slide, diagonal parking with parallel parking, that's going to me, I think it's going to slow down traffic quite a bit, because that's a very congested westbound street, and you have to actually go past the parking space and then hope that the person behind you knows that you're backing up. So
It's a 6 of one, half a dozen of the other kind of answer. When you're backing out of a diagonal parking space, it's very difficult going back into the travel lane. And so that trade-off is when you do a parallel parking space, you have to back into that parallel parking space. So it's either enter or exit. Which one's harder for you?
Okay.
It's really not a different as far as the safety of entering the traffic flow.
Okay. Well, we'll scare off people who don't know how to parallel park, I would imagine.
Use one of our parking structures.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and let's see. I got a lot of notes, but I'm gonna go ahead and share the time with my colleagues. So, Councilmember Montgomery.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jay, good job. I think you walked everybody through the first round, and that's the first part. Those of you that are watching for the first time, this is all preliminary. We haven't made one decision yet about anything. Tonight's a very open discussion where we're at. I don't get in the weeds about parking spaces and how many seats yet. We're not there. But remind everybody, Steve brought the point up earlier, Council Palatano, back 2007 and 2008, before the Great Recession, we talked about dream it, plan it, build it, and that started the new library. So we actually got something out of that. It wasn't a wasted exercise. But this is different. This all happened because of COVID. And so that we're here, we saw what had happened. And we didn't realize, or at the time, how well it would take off and how well it would be accepted. So the question became to this council, do you want to push the idea forward? If you do, what would it entail? We haven't said yes to anything yet. All we said is, let's look at the plan. How do we get from A to B? We haven't got to B yet. Steve's other point about utilities that we brought up the last time, Steve, we talked about paving, MBB west of Highland or west of Manhattan Ave. I think Director Lee was right. There's so much underground we don't know about. And every time you dig in Manhattan Beach, you get a surprise. Everywhere you dig. You get a septic tank in my yard was not supposed to be there. All of a sudden, septic tank is there. And I go, how'd that happen? So imagine what that stretch will be like west of MBB towards that pier. And this is just downtown, folks. We haven't looked at the north end yet. But my question is, it's a good question to think about this, and we all are concerned about money. Has anybody, the consultants, even looked at that stretch and got with Public Works and said, hey, we can see from Manhattan Avenue west on MBB, we've seen all the gas lines, utility lines that we see that we know of. Are they aware of all that yet? We haven't got to the cost on them, I understand. But have they at least seen what we know of underground?
No, but they did do a walking tour before the task force meetings to get a better understanding of the layout. So I think they do have a conceptual idea of what might be underground. But if we enter into this contract amendment, we will do specific site visits to look at those utilities and hidden features that we could expect.
Great. That's my biggest concern, that we have no idea what's beneath that ground. And even if we have the best experts, consultants tell us what's there, they won't know until we actually open up the street what's there. So I'll stop there for now, Your Honor.
Okay, great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe we'll find the actual proof of Dale Vilsey's surfboard shop.
Yes.
The plaque will have to be removed.
Plaque will have to be
Remove it again.
Have to look for it.
Maybe Hermosa will take it.
No. Okay. Bring it back.
Not touching that.
Just a couple questions going back to the three options for that 10th Street Walk Street area. There concern about the lack of specificity on how far back it would go. We could be specific and say we only want it to go back to X.
Yes.
Because I think what I'm hearing is we don't. I'm hearing that would be a problem if it went all the way up the block. That's what I'm hearing. But so we could specify that. Could you also, with those walk street options, go to number 3 for a second? So right now, Uncorked has a couple tables out in front. I think you said seating for 12.
Yes, that's correct.
And this would give them a little bit more, or probably more than 12. But they would remove the seats from in front.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so in terms of impact to community or right-of-way, I don't see the difference really. One thing I might note, though, could you also then do a flex space either just east of where those tables are? You could have a little
that is
place
possible.
where people could still bring their sandwiches from Becker's. They are great sandwiches. Hashtag Becker's Bakery. So you could still have a flex space there. Now, could you not have it on the south side of the street? Is there some reason that space is not considered for flex space?
That space is also a potential flex space identified, not on this rendering though.
Okay, because you could also, what I hear you, I also heard a couple comments, both by Director, why can't I say your last name? Talene. I can only say Director Talene. Mirzakhanian. I know, it's so bizarre. I know it. It's just, anyway. Director Mirzakhanian mentioned a coastal commission a couple times. You mentioned a coastal commission. That's really important for us to understand because it's great and important that staff has been working and collaborating or sharing our ideas with Coastal Commission, and that they are supportive, because that can be a problem if they aren't. We have all seen that before. And so, you know, one thing to consider, if you take that south side, the southeast piece of 10th Street, I guess, and make that this pretty flex space with a bench and some flowers so that people can sit and enjoy the sunset, that's going to be work to our favor for the Coastal Commission for anything we decide to do. Director Mirzakhanian?
I want to add one thing to that comment, and that's that the amendment that we would be seeking for the LCP would be much more minor if we didn't amend this section of the code to accommodate the commercial dining in the public right of way.
Okay.
So
that's important
everything
for us
else,
to know.
yeah.
And that could be something that impacts people's decisions, but there's also logic there that says the Coastal Commission would favor that because it's providing more access to
Yes.
enjoying a sunset or whatnot.
I'll just note, to give that a little bit of color, that we did present this to the Coastal Commission last week, and they said that our recommendations thus far look a lot like what their Southern California Deputy Director was presenting to the Coastal Commission as their preferred approach for these types of outdoor dining programs.
Have that in writing?
I mean, listen, that's also, well, I'll comments later. Okay, so we could specify how far back we want to go in that public right-of-way. We could have flex space behind commercial space if we wanted, and also across the way if we wanted. Let me just see.
Excuse me, no, just one comment. If you could just explain the acronym LCP.
It stands for Local Coastal Program.
Local Coastal Program.
Okay. And in my comments, I'll touch on the Dream It, Plan It, Build It process that I was a part of as a school board member, and then why it's different than this, why this is different, this city staff. Oh, did I choke you up? That's a cough drop.
Between a laugh and a cough.
Yeah. Why this is different, and I think our city staff approach is much different than that project and that concept and that process, but I'll make some further comments on that. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Lessing?
I have a follow-up. With regard to parking, just a conceptual sort of questioning now. I recognize that would be part of the reason for the contract amendment to study this issue. What was represented is that we would potentially gain 2 additional spaces with the current preferred vision. Mm-hmm. But I'm confused. We're talking about potentially adding 20% on average to each restaurant space in terms of the number of diners. Mm-hmm. How are we going to park it? How are we going to have enough parking for the increased visitors based on our anecdotal experience with the temporary dining decks and the number of people that we brought in?
So originally, the Ferris and Pierce, which is a sub-consultant to MIG, they're traffic engineers who will be looking at transportation planning related to this long-term outdoor dining program development. What they're essentially doing is looking at parking alternatives that can be provided to accommodate the added additional occupancy that's generated by outdoor dining. So right now, we haven't really received recommendations yet because we're still in the middle of trying to figure out what our long-term vision would be. But those options might include micromobility options, shuttle service, adding additional bike facilities to provide some alternative modes of transportation.
But this will be then part of this proposed
Yes.
contract addendum that I
Yes.
saw,
Aside
as well
from
as
the
issues that
parking.
I know downtown residents are concerned about in terms of loading, unloading, noise, and other issues generated by the additional people. that are
That's
brought.
already part of the contract scope, so we've already been working on that. The amendment is separate from that.
Okay.
So essentially, now that we have, somewhat a conceptual plan, if at the end of the day, council decides to bless it, we'll be able to quantify the number of seats this program is generating, and then we'll be able to better determine how to address that increased occupancy. But quantifying it was very important for this process and for the Coastal Commission, which is why we went through the exercise of trying to figure out how many seats each one of these restaurants would gain if this were to come to fruition.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Napolitano?
Well, to follow up on that, I guess one way to address parking, though, is to also look at our parking code and revise if we choose to revise it. Because as much as I love the Coastal Commission's input on these things, I mean, again, this is broken record stuff, but it's exactly, our consultants online, they're not here today? Okay, so I can't give them the laser lock, but glad to know they're online. But, you know, this was my lecture at the time that we engage them, is don't come back with these unrealistic things like other past programs did, because I want to make sure that whatever we do is doable. Because when someone talks to me about a shuttle service, last time we looked at it several times, it's $1 million. Now, unless the Coastal Commission is going to give us $1 million, it's not going to happen. So, as an option to make up for the parking, a shuttle service is not realistic. It's not going to happen. So it shouldn't even really be on the table unless someone has the money bringing it forward to talk about it.
So the beauty of this, I said that again earlier, but the other beauty of this vision is that the amount of public flex space we would be introducing partially offsets the creation of the added occupancy, for not from a apples to apples perspective at all. But essentially what the Coastal Commission said is it doesn't have to be a one-for-one if you're doing a myriad of other things that are going to improve public access, such as these flex spaces, which is why we've been focusing on them, because we are going to get credit for these spaces so that they don't then say, okay, you're generating 200 seats. I'm just throwing out a number. I don't know the total. You have to show us how you're going to replace 200 parking spaces via a shuttle program. We're going to get a lot more credit for these other things the project is proposing.
I guess I always wonder why we never get credit, as I was on council at the time, for doubling the required parking at Metlogs. We went down an extra floor to create additional parking. We never get credit for that. We're just told to keep providing more and more and more. But putting that aside, I guess to follow up on that, though, when you say that the flex space will offset those parking needs, something that the flex space won't, do we then need to look at and revise, no one wants to hear this, the conditional use permits for each of those restaurants to account for that added occupancy as well?
In what sense?
Occupancy, terms of fire code requirements, in terms of anything that has to do with outdoor music, outdoor seating, all the things that we waived during COVID that are still part of our code today and part of conditional use permits.
So the task force has been talking about what the regulatory process would look like, and they will be taking into consideration the cost of an amendment for a use permit to understand, is it a use permit that we want to require for these changes, or is it a different type of permit that's maybe a little bit more cost effective and doesn't require a public hearing, for example, but still requires them to comply with certain conditions of approval.
Like an encroachment permit.
Exactly.
All right.
Or a more robust version of our current sidewalk dining permit. And it's important to note that we, building and safety and fire, we all still take a look at all of those permits to ensure that their code requirements are met. So we still have an opportunity as a city to make sure that proper exiting is in place and, they're not creating any fire hazards.
Because, we come up with this great plan, and then we dive into the details, and you find on individual conditional use permits that there are certain requirements that would counteract that. We need to be aware of those before we move forward.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Thank you, Rob.
And so I just have a couple more questions. I've heard you say there are benefits of sidewalk expansion to non-participating businesses. Is that simply that they just got a wider sidewalk? upon which pedestrians can walk, or?
The benefit for the non-eating and drinking establishments, from the stakeholder interviews, I did mention that they saw a benefit in that due to the increased traffic, they saw a sales increase to their businesses.
Okay, so they're still coming to eat and things like that, and then they go ahead and they go to the
Yes.
store. But they're doing that, or they did that when we did have the
Outdoor dining,
outdoor
temporary
dining
program.
on, okay, with the narrow sidewalk.
Yes.
Okay. Because they're not going to be paying for it, I presume. I mean, we'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to see. Truck deliveries, that is a big pain right now. Loud, in the way, rude drivers who don't care that they're taking up all these spots, and it's a danger as well. So I really didn't see that addressed, and it actually, we gave up some parking, or we created some parking spaces where they do pull in.
As long as you have your hazard lights on, it's a visibility requirement. Doesn't matter. Whatever you do,
It's
you're
a
good.
force field.
It's a topic that the task force is currently looking into. So we don't have any formal recommendations tonight, but maybe at our next meeting, we'll have some suggestions to try to resolve the issues we face today.
Okay, and then a subject that's near and dear to me is bicycles. I didn't see quite as many bike racks that I would imagine.
Right now, we haven't really specified locations for the bicycle facilities because this is just a rendering that we wanted to show an example of.
Okay, so a technical question, we may not know the answer, but would the Coastal Commission let us take that flex space and utilize that?
Yes, certainly.
Okay, so they're all right with that?
Yes, right now, a lot of the other jurisdictions that are going through this permanent outdoor dining program development are utilizing bicycle parking facilities to offset the parking that will be replaced with dining activities.
Okay, so they're going to come up with a formula?
Yes, not necessarily a formula,
All right.
but the Coastal Commission is more receptive of acknowledging that bicycle parking facilities can make up for the loss of parking.
Okay, great. And that's it for now. So any more questions, colleagues? No? Okay, so we'll open it up for public comment.
I was going to ask, and
Almost there.
Just a few seconds.
just a few seconds. And we can wait till after public comment, but I'm going to need a break.
I'm so sorry,
No,
yes.
it's not, I mean,
Yeah.
it's me
Yeah,
asking for it.
Yeah, so I'm going to request just a 10-minute break.
Right now, before public comment.
Yeah, and then because it's going to go on a little longer, and I ask for your indulgence and patience. Thank you. So we'll be back at 7:40.
You want me to go knock on the door?
The winged horse of the gods is not quite ready.
We're live.
We're live. Okay, great. So we've returned, and it is time for public comments. You have, each speaker may speak for up to 2 minutes on this item.
Hi, George Kaufman. I'm in the
Can I
100
make
block.
one more statement, please? And if you're ready to make a comment, if you could please come down. And there are seats lining along here, and you can pass your yellow form on to the city clerk. Thank you so much.
Sure, thank you. Hi, George Kaufman, 100 block of 10th Street. I feel like, we were told by the task force that they were not going to consider commercial use of walk streets. And then we find out that by some sort of behind-the-scenes meetings or whatever, now you're talking about, now they're bringing it back before you, commercial use of walk streets, and this is really, really disturbing to us. I mean, to hear lip service to all this transparency and public disclosure and all of that, and then to have that happen is really, it's a stab in the back, actually. And what we're talking about now, when you guys keep referring to dining in terms of on 10th Street to use that little area outside, or maybe it's a bigger area outside their shop. But that's not a restaurant. That's a wine shop. Okay. So if your goal here is to have restaurants having more space, that's not going to meet that goal. This is a wine shop. It's not a restaurant. It's not even allowed to serve food. Okay. And the other proposal is now to put 6 flex areas, so-called flex areas on our block. That's going to intensify and mess up the block pretty well. And in fact, the task force anticipates the problem by saying that they're going to post good neighbor signage, which says don't smoke, no disruptive or disorderly conduct, don't come here after dusk, no skateboarding, no littering. And I believe one task force member suggested that it says there'd be a sign saying don't relieve yourselves here. Okay, this is not a proper use of our block. We've lived here for 35 years in this location. We've relied on the sanctity of the walk street and the quietness and the non-use, and we don't want end runs around the no commercial use with the flex areas. It's an end run around the no commercial use, and we're against it. I could talk about the whole task force in general, but I don't. My time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman.
Do I just start speaking? Okay, thank you. Sorry. My name's Alexandra. I live on 10th Street as well. And I'm really disturbed by this concept of these flex areas. This is essentially walk street dining. We sat there saying we don't want this. We don't want commercial use of the walk street because of the noise, the congestion, the fact that when we did have restaurants that had there was a restaurant up the street from us before Slay Italian where there were children there all the time. They were running onto our block. We still have people who come and sit on our wall as if it's a bench. I just think that this is a very deceitful way of having walk street dining when you don't have when you say you're not having walk street dining. And as for, coming down to look at the beach and enjoy the sunset, we do have a huge area that people can do that. It's called the beach. And most people who come to see the sunset, they sit on the strand to do that. They go on the pier. I just find it really amazing that with 25 establishments in this town where you can have either open air or some kind of outdoor dining, that somehow this is somehow a problem that we need to find a solution for, because there really isn't a problem. I would like to point out that and piggyback on something Mayor Franklin said earlier about, in these flex spaces, you could have birthday parties, how would they be kept clean, someone said. I'd like to know how you're going to prevent homeless people from camping out there. I would like to know also how they're going to keep clean and during the day, not just before and after. And then this concept of outdoor music that I've heard some people say that, oh, wouldn't it be nice if we walked around just like Whole Foods and heard music? Do you think the residents want to live in a food court and that we want to have like music like we're in a mall all day? I mean, when they have the AVP tournament, I can open my window and it's like that loudspeaker is in my room. So I really want you to consider this and the desires of the residents and prohibit this option with the parklets and flex spaces. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alexandra.
Hi, Carol Perrin, 16th Street. I just want to say that I just think that this whole proposal, the scale of it is just, quite frankly, it's unreasonable and it's unrealistic. I think when we were talking about outdoor dining, and of which dining is not a problem in this city, we have, you know, pro rata, we have more restaurants and you can't get into any. But regardless, you know, we're talking about in this plan about balancing the quality of life for the residents versus the desire for outdoor dining. And I think that the quality of life for the residents is actually not being considered. You know, when you look at the targeted research that was done, the residents who actually have to live with this were overwhelmingly against this plan. And when you look at it, even at the hometown fair, where anybody walking by, they didn't have to be a resident of Manhattan Beach, could put up a sticker. Even then, the laundry list of issues that they knew would arise with the outdoor dining, and these were people who weren't actually had any background or information even to make a judgment call other than they like to eat outside, as, by the way, I do. Right now, we have huge problems downtown still, and we've had them for years with garbage, with trucks, with noise, with parking. We haven't solved these problems and with our current density in years. I would suggest we take this $91,000 and see if that problem, because those problems could be resolved before we even spend time looking at increased density, which we know are going to increase those issues and those problems. And just an aside regarding flex space, it's a big liability. I mean, I think that the mayor, you said something right. What is to stop people from having a reveal party? Enforcement costs money. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Carol.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Nicholas. I am a pretty new resident as of about 6 months ago to 10th Street. I think one of the things that many of us can agree upon is the uniqueness of Manhattan Beach in comparison to all of Los Angeles and many other beach towns, and that's its small town feel. This will undoubtedly lead to increased noise levels, which will disturb many of the residents, including myself. As someone who works in construction and works off hours, I do enjoy my sleep. I had to get up at 3:30 this morning. I didn't finish till about an hour ago. And the last place I want to be is here right now, but I'm here because this is very impactful and going to influence and determine my future here. So I really want to emphasize that it does impact the residents around here. Everyone who's come and visited us here in Manhattan Beach has enjoyed that small town feel. We just had people here from Sweden last weekend, and they absolutely loved it. And one of their favorite parts is those walk streets and how they're quiet. There's gardens. You can walk around and enjoy the houses, enjoy the gardens, and listen to the sound of the ocean. If there's music, if there's chatter, if there's people, throw that out the window. That's gone. And that's one of the things that those walk streets are truly something special, and I'm very grateful Manhattan Beach had those and essentially created those many years ago. One note on the parallel parking, I will have to say with parallel parking, you have to back up into a space. As we know, those streets right there get congested, and I can't imagine people leaving enough space for somebody to back into a parallel spot. Outdoor dining would increase trash, would increase rodents, and simply it's unfair for other restaurants who might not have that opportunity to have outdoor dining. And I'm sure once you let one have it, many others will be asking for it. These restaurants were built to host a specific amount of people, which directly correlates to the size of the staff, the kitchens, the trash bins, wash areas, the bathrooms. So by increasing the amount of capacity, you're essentially outgrowing those establishments and what they're meant to actually hold and maintain. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Nicholas, and welcome.
I'm Deborah Huddleston. I live on 10th Street, and my husband Daryl, he's going to do the speaking. I am opposed, but I'm not much of a public speaker, so I'm going to let him do the talking. I go on record as being opposed.
You're doing great.
Daryl Huddleston, 125 10th Street. Some of the things that were addressed, this $4 a square foot is an example for fees for the outdoor dining. Presently, the restaurant, Italian restaurant on 10th Street has 25 seating capacity outside, and I would imagine it's about 50 inside, so they're going to increase their density by moving forward. That's one of the problems. The noise, little kids running down the sidewalk is only going to increase. How about restrooms inside the restaurants that can't handle it? We already have people that are urinating in the alleys, smoking in the alleys. I have to go out there and remind them that we have a couple that lives upstairs that has a 1-month-old child, and they're smoking. Oh, we didn't know that that was a law. Well, it is a law. Let's enforce some of the laws and make this a better community and a neighborhood community that we moved up here 12 years ago to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
Hi, my name is Mia Johansson. I just moved in to Manhattan Beach with Nick about 6 months ago, and I've really, really enjoyed it. I am super concerned about the outdoor dining, though. We live on 10th Street, right next to Tabula Rasa, and diagonal from Slay Italian. So these outdoor dining places would be literally right next to our patio, where we love to have dinners and hang out in the evenings, and it would really affect everyday like peace and quiet, and that's one of the reasons why we've fallen in love with walk streets so much and really, really don't want that to change, because it is so unique in Los Angeles. Like, Manhattan Beach is such a little unique pocket, and we love living there. I also wanted to echo that the trucks on the other side and on 9th Place has been a problem for when I leave and come back from work. A lot of times I'll have to go around the block the other way because they're completely blocking my way out, which has been really annoying, and it'll get even worse if outdoor dining expands. I'm also not convinced that all the solutions for parking is going to work. Just because there's more places for bikes does not mean that the people who are going to be eating at these restaurants are going to be biking to and from their meal. A lot of people come from out of Manhattan Beach, and that's just not realistic. And then we have family visiting from outside of Los Angeles who need a place to park, and it's really hard when I have friends who need to park blocks away, and it's nighttime and they have to walk, and it's already a problem, and I think that outdoor dining is going to compound all of these issues. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, before I start, we're uncorked, and so just to have clarity and a clear delivery, I'd like to use both of our time so I can just get through, which is okay with you? Thank you so much. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Franklin and council members. My name is Kathy Knoll, and my husband is Jeff Bonifetti. We're the owners of Uncorked Wine Shop. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for allowing outdoor dining. We are very grateful, and we want you to know how important this has been to our business. With the rising costs of lease and rents here, it is really tough for the small mom and pops to stay. A lot of the people have just said that they like our unique small town charm. Well, if we're to maintain the small town charm, you got to have the little shops and the little mom and pops. Otherwise, you're going to have the big chains and the big retailers, and it's going to lose its charm. I also am here tonight to urge you to consider option 3 and to reconsider using our walk street, since we are a very unique situation. Our corner is unique because we're the only commercial corner that all 4 corners have commercial properties. The city put a task force together of residents and businesses, and they had decided and voted 15-0 that council should consider walk streets as a viable outdoor dining space. But this was never acknowledged. Then also on the MIG report, on page 5, MIG had 2 outreach, Jocelyn Center and Hometown Fair. The feedback was outdoor dining was a great source of building community in commercial areas, created a family-friendly environment, promoted a walkable community, supported the city's local economy. The report also reads, I quote, "A vast majority of the participants were strongly in favor of allowing outdoor dining at the 15 identified Walk Street commercial corners." We are one of those commercial corners. But it also said that we need to be cognizant of the residents, which I completely agree with. So the city staff had a Walk Street outreach, and at 43 people were part of that. And the results of that outreach, I'd like to say, out of the 43 people surveyed, only 13% were around our business at Cork. That's 6 people. And within the survey on page 8, when the focus group was asked if they were supportive of the amendment of the municipal code to identify Walk Street that where we are located, out of that 43, 44% of the focus group said yes, they supported the change of the municipal code. So that was almost half of all of them, because we're not in the residential. They were vastly against the residential corners, not the commercial corner. I again request that you open to looking at this Walk Street program on an individual basis. This is not a one-size-fits-all, and I would like to add we were never included in any of these discussions or focus groups. We would at least like a seat at the table and have a conversation with each of you, because this is affecting our future. I know this has been a controversial subject, and I've spoken to some of the neighbors, and they say they don't want to start a precedent. I do not believe this to be true. Every business should be taken into consideration individually, just like our conditional use permits. We want to be good neighbors. We want to work along with the city and all those ideas that you have for our Walk Street. But it just doesn't make sense that moving a few of our tables from a bus stop and from a sidewalk to a Walk Street is going to cause all the concerns of more trash, more noise, more traffic. It really doesn't make sense, and it's going to cost nothing to expand these sidewalks. You won't have to do it if you'll just let us move 6 feet to the Walk Street. I think it's worth mentioning that all the residential properties on the Walk Streets have an encroachment for their patios from the city. So why is this exclusive just to the residents? Why can't the businesses offer this to our patrons and other residents that don't live right on the Walk Streets and community members? This is something they should benefit from, the charm and the gorgeous ocean views that are right on that corner. So it's something for everyone. Again, it seems like this should be a case-by-case evaluation, and it would be a fair approach in taking into the unique circumstance of our location, and we were advocating again for a seat at the table. Really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeff Lesage. I've lived here for 25 plus years, sort of all over, tree section, sand section. I now live on their Walk Street and strongly support what they're doing for our community. We moved out of here for 2 years to go up to PV when we were a young married couple, and we came back right after we got our tax write-off because we missed community. I grew up, my dad was a mayor, and I grew up thinking about what you guys do, and what you are supposed to do is build community. And what outdoor dining does is build community. When I heard that there were some people who came in who were local impacted residents who had challenges, I know 90% of the people who live in the impacted area, and I know what the majority of those people would say. So if you're listening to people, things like a survey are really important to understand what the impacted community thinks about it. And then you also serve a broader community. And there's nothing like coming downtown and having it turned into feeling like Europe. When your friends are around, people you see are around, you can actually get a table at a restaurant. You know, I know there's some restaurateurs behind us, and there's no like locals only type of thing, but everyone stopped coming downtown. We lost the community feel when that changed because there isn't enough room, because people now know, this is a dining mecca. We have these great restaurants. And so I urge you guys to think about the broader community. And also, if we're going to look at the impacted residents, really see what people think, and then look at the actual impact. Because the bigger thing is the loud cars, 2 a.m. coming out of Shellbacks and Irks and other places, not the noise from outdoor dining. Thank you.
Michael Zislis, a long-time resident, 34-year business owner in downtown, a couple of restaurants. I did some thinking today after hearing you speak, and Mr. Napolitano, Councilman Napolitano, has always wanted wider sidewalks. So I think that should be definitely the plan, is to widen all the sidewalks in downtown Manhattan Beach. But at the end of the day, we got to figure out how we're paying for it. So I think you should focus your time and energy on how we're paying for it. Because I'd hate to keep going to these meetings and wasting the next year and a half of my life and your time not knowing how we're going to pay for it. So I just think that should be probably put to the front of the agenda, is how we're going to pay for it. That would be my first thought. Some of my thoughts are, increase some parking rates, rental rates. You'll be renting these decks from the city, what those rates would look like. But I think we've got to kind of flesh that all out before we keep dreaming here, of the outdoor dining. But I wanted to represent myself tonight here because the first draft I got was 30 days ago. And guess who didn't have an outdoor dining facility? Me, the Strand House. I was quite shocked. So then they have in your proposal tonight, they have a Plan B. I'm just going to say I want equity and parity. So keep me in mind for Plan B, because if you're going to give everybody a dining deck, but there should be some kind of parity, if it's 10%, whatever that number you guys come up with of the extension, it should be parity for all the restaurants. And the last thing is your parking plan does have to change, because there's a lot of ride share now. There's a lot of bicycling now. There's e-bikes now. So things like that you got to put in your park. Other cities are already doing it. You guys are a little behind the curve on that. So that's all I got to say. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Michael.
Hello, Heather Kim. I didn't really research this as in-depthly as everyone else who spoke before me, but I'm just speaking as a resident and someone who likes to go out to these restaurants and who, supported a lot of these restaurants, especially through COVID. And I see how beautiful and how beautiful and how practical and lovely this can be. It works in so many other cities, and I'm just shaking my head thinking, why can we not figure this out? And I just hope that you guys can figure out a plan that will have the residents be happy about it, and also expand for the business owners. To maintain that small town feel, we really need to make sure that these mom and pops stay here and not, get McDonald's and Taco Bells and things like that in our small town. So, I just really loved the COVID era. The only part I liked about it was the outdoor dining, by the way. And ever since that happened, my friends and I, we went around to each and as many as the businesses that we could, and supported them, every week. And so I want to continue doing that here. I want to continue with not only the residents, the friends who live here, but other people. We do utilize rideshare a lot, and I hope that we can, just figure out a plan. But this is going to be a net positive for Manhattan Beach, and I'm in favor of a long-term solution and to have beautiful outdoor dining. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Anybody else in chambers? Martha, how's Zoom looking?
We have Suzanne Lerner.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Sorry, I'm in New York, so it's kind of late for me here, but I think you know how important this is for me. Everybody should know I've been committed as a downtown resident to do my best to protect our quality of life and maintaining our small town atmosphere, and to protect this jewel of a town that is so special. I've been living happily next to commercial streets, and it's one of the benefits of living downtown. I do appreciate all your concerns and questions by all the council members. Regarding widening the streets, it's going to create a shrinking of the widening the sidewalks. It's going to shrink the streets. how are people gonna ride a bike? I've been thinking about that and concerned about it, and we used to talk about bike lanes. And now that's kind of off the table. And also space for rideshare, drop off and pick up, because they kind of double park. Parking for employees, there's a lot more employees in restaurants. I have friends that don't have parking or want parking for friends. There is no free parking anymore in Manhattan Beach. East of the Chip Trail, I have friends that said their streets are filled with employees, and it's restaurant employees, as well as south of Manhattan Avenue. We have incredible trash issues, truck issues, blocking of our alley on 9th Place continually. It was really bad during COVID. It's gotten better, but it's still bad. I can't get ingress and out of my garage. I don't know why we're even considering amplified music. I mean, we're talking about dining. And then regarding the northeast corner of 10th Street, the people on the block above were never asked anything, and they will be directly resulting from any noise and anything going on that encroachment. And I really wish that the task force could go and speak to them, because they were aghast that they hadn't been included in that. We are going to be undergrounding. We got approved for undergrounding in our area, which means there's going to be a lot of construction going on. I don't know how many years if we widen the sidewalks, and it's going to impact all those little small businesses. So it's just some of the ideas that I've had from listening to all of this, and appreciate all of your time spent on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Suzanne.
Next is Kathleen Smith. Kathleen Smith. We'll move to Rita. Kathleen's not accepting the prompt.
Okay, Kathleen.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Franklin. No, sorry, Mayor Franklin. Mayor,
I've been called worse.
All right, so I just have a couple of comments. I think I've always thought the widening of the sidewalks would be beautiful for downtown. That was not even in regard to restaurants. I also think that right now our sidewalks, a lot of those little blue squares are broken, and I know they get replaced, but a lot of the colors are different. So visually, the aesthetics of having wider sidewalks would be lovely. And they need updated now, so now might be a good time to think about it. I thought that Councilmember Montgomery brought up what's underground. That was a great question, because that is, when you're renovating something, boy, there's a can of worms. And then all the concerns about the truck. If you do narrow the streets, that would be a further concern. But I do love the idea of creating some more beautification downtown. So choice number 2, where the space beside Uncorked is beautified. Right now, that's a very ugly space. I wouldn't anticipate people would have birthday parties there. I don't think it's that big of a space, but who knows? So I just wanted to give a couple of comments. I'm not sure where I land for or against, but I thought this was a well-presented idea for an initial project idea. And there's a lot of reasons why now is a good time to be considering this option between the sidewalks getting updated, et cetera. And it's parking doesn't seem like a big challenge. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Smith.
That was Rita.
That was Rita.
Kathleen.
Oh, that was Rita. I'm sorry.
Yes. We'll try Kathleen Smith again.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Rita.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yep.
Hi, we can hear you. You can start your. Oh, she muted herself again.
Hello?
We can hear you. You can start your comments.
Great, thank you very much. I could spend 45 minutes talking to you about all the issues that will affect the street that I live on and where my biggest investment of my life is. And I continue to invest in it. It's one of the oldest houses in Manhattan Beach. But I want to address the concept that has been proposed with respect to uncorked. Uncorked belongs to somebody who bought a few years ago, and has an ABC license that does not allow them to serve food. It restricts their use of serving wine to the public to 1 ounce per glass, no more than 5. They do not conform to those restrictions. They are the successors to somebody who never conformed to their CUP's restrictions, and to have the concept that the walk street right across the street from us would become a wine bar is absolutely unreal. It is unreal to me also that the task force has presented this to you as an eating establishment when it is allowed to serve no more than some wafers and I have it, bread, crackers, cheese, or nuts, and no other items to clear the taste buds. But it does have people going across the street to get food from the restaurant across the street. You know, you need to control what you're looking at and find out what the rate is. And I would appreciate it if you would really consider what this is going to do to us. And I have one more comment. We spent $1,000 after the outdoor dining came in to control vermin and rats, and we never had that problem in more than 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next is Allie.
Hi there. Good evening, Mayor Franklin and City Council members. My name is Allie Bowden. I am a 20-year resident here in Manhattan Beach in downtown and a homeowner. I knew what I was signing up for when I bought my home in downtown. There is noise. There's a bustle, which I like. I'm here tonight because I want to voice my support for the outdoor dining, number one. I really enjoyed it, as I think somebody else said, in particular during COVID. It was a nice silver lining there for us. And, I understand it's obviously a very complex and controversial issue, and I really appreciate all the time the task force has spent on it. It's sort of a thankless job, and you're not getting paid, so I really appreciate all that effort. I really hope that the City Council and the community can come to a consensus on what works for the community best with regard to outdoor dining, because I think there is a solution here. But specifically, I want to address the 10th Street area in front of Uncorked on the side on the walk street. I've enjoyed going down there often and having a taste of wine and a little snack there, and it's sometimes they have some live music, and I've really appreciated that. I love bringing friends there, family, they all enjoy it. It's just a lovely way to spend an afternoon or evening watching the sunset, and I don't see why that's a negative. It doesn't seem to disrupt anybody. It's really no different than having it in front. So I just would like that my 2 cents to be heard as a resident of the town who lives downtown. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Allie.
There's no additional request on Zoom.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and close public comments and start our council discussion. So first up is Mayor Pro Tem Haworth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to begin with a more generalized comments, and then maybe after listening to my colleagues have further comments or questions. I want to talk about the process a little bit because I think I take exception to some of the comments that were made that there were backroom deals or, this has been pulled a fast one. because what, were there 9, public task force meetings involving at least 15 task force members at each one? There's been, a survey, and it was done by our staff, correct? Because council did not want to spend money to do it. And, I know it can seem like it happens in a vacuum or in closed doors, but nothing we do does. And when you make those comments, I got to be honest, it kind of makes me not listen to the rest of what you have to say. And I know, I'm talking, and I know. No, it's fine, but I did listen to the rest of what you had to say, but my gut is like, oh gosh, that's mean, because I know our staff has worked so hard, but I did listen to you. Maybe. So, but I did listen, but I want to say to our staff and to the people, not just our staff, it's their job, they get abuse all the time, but the people on the task force, they do. We abuse them. No, you didn't. I'm saying I'm being funny here, or trying. Point being, thank you. The point being, there's a lot of people who have given hours and hours and hours and hours of their time to try to understand the complexity of the situation. There's been people on the task force who maybe don't support the idea of outdoor dining. There's been people on the task force who came in with a preconceived notion. There's people on the task force who didn't even understand what the Coastal Commission was or how. It's been a process. Residents have dedicated hours. This discussion, I don't know how it's going to go, and I'm not exactly sure exactly where I land, but I think there's been such great groundwork laid for us to have a really intelligent, thoughtful, well, I'll say thoughtful, I won't go so far as intelligent, discussion, if you will. And I also regret, again, public can make comments about any of us up here and staff, and they have. But, talking about different businesses, especially one who's being affected by some of the decisions we make tonight, aspersions are made, and they're out there in the public, and they might be true, they might not be. And I think that's a bit unfair. So I just want to try to elevate ourselves here and just talk about, let's say we decide to do everything that somebody wants, there's going to be an impact, right? There's going to be an intensification. And how are we, as city council, going to direct our staff to take care of the trash, to take care of the parking, to protect those residents, right? Let's talk about those things, not about how, bad somebody is for wanting it or not wanting it, right? Everybody should advocate for themselves without attacking the neighbor. So I live on a walk street, not in downtown, but I definitely have kids and drunk people running up and down my street at all times. Sometimes they were one and the same. Sometimes they were related to me. So I know what it's like when you live that close to your neighbors, when you have to get your plans verified by the planning department and you don't own all of your yard, right? Because half of my yard really belongs to the city and could be taken at any time. So there's a lot to consider here.
Note to self.
Exactly. Come take my land, but don't run up the street drunk, Steve. Not that you would ever. All right. I just want to start with my general comments that way because I've really been struck about it. I know it's a very impactful decision and discussion. So, thank you for your time.
Councilmember Napolitano. We've corralled from your walk street.
That was the intro was the end. I don't want to speak without you. Were you still going?
No, I just wanted to make those comments, and then I have ideas, but I want to hear whatever,
Okay, thank you, Honor. I agree with a lot of what Mayor Pro Tem said. Not necessarily everything. What it said, well, businesses affected tonight. No, I don't actually think any business is going to be affected tonight because the decisions and the changes, even if we make a decision, are far into the future, as I see. Because I'm going to come back to the idea that I started with, which I thought was reinforced by one of the speakers, and that is, I want to know what this is going to cost and how we're going to pay for it. Because the rest is just an academic exercise. We can draw pretty pictures and maps and do all these things and dream big, but I want to know what the cost is and then how we're going to pay it. Because nothing happens without funding. Funding is what makes sidewalks wider. Funding is what makes space for flex, for public, for whatever else. Funding does that. So before we go further along, that's what I'd like to see brought back to us from staff. And yes, that means put it on another agenda, as far as I'm concerned. I wasn't committed last time to anything in particular. I reserved judgment, even though I said, yes, let's go forward, let's do it. The same applies here tonight, because without funding and without knowledge of who's going to pay what and how we're going to do that, all this, again, is just an academic exercise. The 10th Street issue, I mean, in the scheme of all this, it's a non-issue as far as I'm concerned, or at least it really should just be put on the back burner right now, because we're not going to answer that tonight. There's no reason to answer it tonight. Allowing the future use of that space or not allowing it, either by uncorked or the public as a flex space who could use it now if they want to, that can be done in quick measure either way. I think it pales in comparison, that question, with the rest of what's going on here regarding parking reconfigurations and all those things. But that parking reconfiguration, everything else, again, comes at a cost. What is that? How are we going to pay for it? Again, keep coming back and forth, because that is the threshold question that we're faced with. We answered the question before, do we want to come up with a plan to address outdoor dining? The task force, the staff, have done a good job coming up with a plan. This is very similar to some other cities I've visited, where it's on the inside of the sidewalk coming around. I was glad to see that's where we were headed on it, but again, it's not sold yet, because I think we need to do, and we need to know more before making these decisions. So I'd like to see the funding aspect brought back before we depart further on this. And the 10th Street, again, I don't think it's an issue right now. I think it can be decided later. I don't see the point in deciding anything with it right now. Thank you, Ron.
Great. Thank you. And Councilmember Lesser?
I share the comments of Councilmember Napolitano, both on the aspirations of what this program could be, and I'll read from the staff report as to what the preferred program vision is, which is finding a balance between outdoor dining opportunities and preserving the residents' quality of life. And that includes, of course, the downtown residents, not just all of our residents. But there are fundamental unanswered questions for us. Before we get too much deeper in and spend another $90,000, we have to better understand how we're going to pay for massive improvements to our public right-of-way. Our public right-of-way, where certainly there'll be a model for getting some sort of revenue return from restaurants, and the ideal as it's presently envisioned, to help pay for these improvements. But these improvements are going to cost quite a bit more than what would be paid. I also want to see a more fundamental addressing of what some of these residents have raised. These are not new issues. I've been involved perhaps less time than some of my colleagues on this council, but I've been involved with the city for over 20 years as a public official in one form or another. And these issues are not new, and these have been circular. What does staff need to be able to come up with at least some preliminary answers? And maybe I'm posing this as a question. Obviously, we need to give direction to staff. This is where it gets circular. But certainly, I'd like to see, obviously, how we might be able to pay for it.
Not just infrastructure costs, but operational costs as well?
Operational point.
Sure. Yeah. Operational maintenance of the downtown.
Right. Okay, I just didn't.
Additional cleaning, that's why I'm asking if that's what my colleague here, Councilman Lesser, is referring to.
Absolutely. Obviously, the funding models, I have parking written down, I have loading, unloading, noise, not just parking for those that would come downtown, but for those that work downtown.
Okay, I just had a question.
But I could go on, but I want to better understand what staff feels that they can answer without council engaging the consultant further. In other words, what can we do with the current contract, which I thought was going to answer some of these questions a little further. But that's the direction I'd like to go, but let me hear from my other colleagues as well.
Sure. So I'm next. Again, a great first act of what's certainly going to be a multiple act story as it and challenge and project as it unfolds. It was interesting the number that I heard, that there are 25 establishments that provide outdoor dining now, and the ones that we're seeing coming through community development, they're recognizing where the future of outdoor dining is going to be. You're seeing it in hook and plow. You're seeing it contained within the footprint of the existing building and being creative. You're seeing it. We've seen had preliminary discussions with, restaurant on the bottom floor, and then up on the top floor, a second floor, there's going to be some form of outdoor dining, maybe not completely. It's not like rooftop dining. It's going to be still enclosed, but it's going to be more open. So people who are investing in restaurants understand that. So it's quantifiable what they're going to do, how many seats they're going to have, and if there's any additional cost from the city to do so. We've discussed here the financial considerations that we really need to know it. I agree with my colleagues where before we can put in more money, we've got to get some sort of handle on what this is going to look like as far as the costs all around. And our restaurant businesses will want to know that too. So let's talk about 10th Street. I mean, we know what is the most desirable is to move the seating over into the open area, because that's going to give you a full-on view looking west of the ocean, which is what everybody wants to do. But, I would maintain that when these businesses started, I don't know what it was offered as when it was sold, but that seating wasn't guaranteed. What was guaranteed was sidewalk immediately in front of the building. And I think that's where it should stay. I think 10th Street is a unique opportunity for people to come down. I've come down and really enjoyed it and appreciated the space and the view of the ocean. And there's other walk streets that provide the same thing as well. And that's what someone who lives east of Highland or east of Manhattan Avenue, looked at when they were looking at their homes, when they were making their individual investments. Visitors have plenty of opportunities. I liked what, pardon me, if I don't have your name correctly, but someone said there's plenty of places to go and watch the sunset. And it's called the Strand. It's called the beach. I don't know how many feet of beach, a little bit less now because of the storms, but we do have open beach you can go to and see the sunsets and experience it and see the ocean and feel it and everything like that. One restaurateur once told me that, I said, gosh, this is, people after dinner can go ahead and go down, to the pier, go down the hill. And they said, not as many as you think, because they don't want to have to turn around and come up the hill. But it's still, they can go ahead and stand at certain spots and see the ocean, even if it isn't down. So I would be in favor of just keeping the status quo with 10th Street, just to sort of, it depends on how we're going to vote on it, but to clear that up, because there's going to be a lot more things. I'm also in favor. We've been hearing, I've been on council for 3 years, and all we hear about, and what I see are those delivery trucks. Now, I know they have to make deliveries, okay? But they're in red curbs. They're obstructing views. They're making it very dangerous to manage your way, to get around our downtown area. I want to see enforcement. I've been asking for enforcement of those areas. Let us come up with a solution if they, if the delivery people and the restaurants say, hey, we need to just have other spaces. Let's look at that. but we've got the red curbs there for a reason. Let's enforce that. That's going to take care of the crowding downtown. It's going to take care of the noise downtown. It's going to take care of the, delivery trucks downtown. And yes, I understand they need a place to unload, but we've got to figure this out. Now, without even going into this plan. The idea of trash, I think we're making progress. To the chagrin and, some restaurants being upset because some of that is changing because we are enforcing the trash rules. But let's just keep working on that and make that better. Get code enforcement out there if it's not, if businesses aren't following the code. We hired additional code enforcement people just for, not just for this reason, but for this reason. So let's get them working on the downtown area. Music. I don't have any idea. I mean, I have some idea what the music restrictions are, but let's enforce it. It shouldn't be blasting at midnight from any of the restaurants. Let's follow the code. Let's follow the CUP and get that under control as well. And then rideshare spaces. How many of you have been driving down Manhattan Beach Boulevard, Manhattan Avenue, or whatever, and the Uber driver or the Lyft driver or the limo driver just stops and helps the people out, and you're just going, you're flashing your lights, whatever. Maybe you beep your horn, I don't know.
I certainly don't.
No. I don't either.
I do.
But you've got to designate some spaces, and again, enforcement. You need to. But please don't. Let's not get into fights, on the streets. But those wouldn't happen if we were taking a look at planning this, a little bit better and controlling that a little bit more. Those are the things that the downtown residents are most annoyed about. Then we can go ahead and talk about widening the sidewalks, see what the kind of impact is. It's not going to be like the dining decks were there. There's not going to be as many seats, on these, quote, I'll call them decks for now, but in these spaces, there's not going to be as many seats. Maybe we can go ahead and, restrict, provide some restrictions that you can't eat outside unless you have a reservation. So you're not having people standing around on the sidewalk waiting for an hour to get a space to eat outside. I see that when I use the online reservations. You can ask for inside or outside. It's very simple. And then just say, I'm sorry, we don't have room on the outside. We got all these reservations. You're going to have to, wait. Maybe they could wait to eat inside or go someplace else. So, and I want to see parking instructions on the reservation system. Yeah. Don't try to find a parking spot in front of Esperanza. Okay, there's only 2 of them, and there's 80 people that can eat in there, or whatever the number is. So on the reservations, we're getting text now. Okay, we're getting all this communication with that diner coming as far as confirming their time. Well, you want them to be there on time, direct them towards available parking. And I'd like to see some AI app that can take the information about what spaces are available at Metlocks and at the Civic Plaza and on the street somehow, and feed that information so that someone that wants to come to that restaurant doesn't want to find a parking space that's non-existent in front of those restaurants. There's things that we can do to help that. So, I applaud the efforts. It's giving us really some good ideas to think outside the box. Not having decks to me is huge. That is a great, great start on this, but we can do better on what we have already. Thank you. Councilmember Montgomery.
Thank you, Your Honor. I had some of you may call the honor of being the mayor during COVID before it started the first 10 months. If there was a silver lining to COVID at all, and that's a big if, was watching the city react to how do we save the restaurants, not just Mike's restaurants, but others, workers. What do you do? Is it all takeout? How do you manage this? And we were shooting from the fly, folks. I'll admit it. We didn't know how to do it. There was no book out there to follow. There was no city we could look at and say, what are they doing? But we had great staff. We had great people and many people that worked. Eric was working at 10 o'clock at night. Our traffic engineer made things happen and get ABC offering, get them approving. So a lot of people helped make those decks happen. And I know all of you did, and buying gift cards. I still on my desk. I haven't used half of them. But it was a show of support. That's what we did it for, right? We thought, how can we help? What can we do legally? And the governor gave us the rules that said, if you want to do this, Richard, you can do it on my emergency order, but when it comes over, you have to follow all the rules. Fine. I wasn't thinking about that. I thought in my mind we'd done 6 months. We didn't know COVID would go on for 2 years, but we did it. And now we're seeing what happens and what the rules are going forward. And no matter what anybody will tell you, this project, no matter what council decides, if it moves forward with redoing anything on Manhattan Avenue or MBB, it's a massive, complex project. It sounds easy, I know. It is not easy. And forgetting the walk streets for a second, I don't want to go there because I'm not where I want to focus, but everybody's comments about costs, forget plans and grants and the state and Supervisor Mitchell, no one's going to give us a dime. One, they don't feel sorry for us. And number two, they can spend your own money. So unless we can afford it, we're not going to do it. It's simple. Anything else stops there. And Steve, to his credit, has been talking about sidewalk dining since 2012. I'm not dining, sidewalk expansion. Dining came later. But expansion is right. But the points about, is the street wide enough? What about bike lanes? These are all questions you get to ask after J.E. did a good job talking about the setup. This is just preliminary. There's a lot of 1,000 questions you have to go through. And Chief Langen will be here. Remember the first weeks of COVID, we had things going on and we started doing decks. I won't mention names, but there are some restaurateurs who did the Home Depot plywood build construction with heating lamps with the propane things right next to my foot, next to your leg. Chief Langen would never allow that. We did a lot of things happen that we would never allow in a normal time. Well, guess what? We're in normal time now. You can't do safety issues like that like we did during COVID. Now, some restaurants, Mike Sims did it the right way. That's still the way you want it done. But if it gets to that point, if you give me a choice of items, the first thing I would look at, and I agree with our colleagues, it says, what's the cost of just doing the expanded sidewalks first? One step. That doesn't involve dining decks, doesn't involve permitting everybody else and worrying about 10th Street and what Cork's doing. What's the cost of just doing the expansion of the sidewalk stop? And how long would it take? Because we have to add on 6 more months, whatever date you're going to think it's going to be, add 6 months to that number, to that time frame. Be realistic with it. And don't be shocked when things go past the date you think it's going to be finished. No matter what we find out there, and Director County knows, no matter how great a plan we have, plans change when you get hit in the mouth. First time you get hit, your plans are going to change. And that's what happens to us. So I'm really careful about all of that. I've seen other councils that have spent a ton of money and the plans are right in the trash can. So I'd rather hold off on spending anything past that point till we get past the street widening them. The sidewalk widening issue. If Bruce comes back and says, hey, we got really good, strong bids to say we got this done for $800,000, we can do the sidewalks. Here, don't forget the north end, right? They're part of the city too. Is it just downtown? Or north end's gonna get widened? How's it gonna answer both of those questions? Then we'll know. But those are my first 2 issues with it. Let's see, my last thing I wanna mention here. Yeah, I'm not ready to go to anything on Walk Street yet. Those of us have been living in the city 30 plus years, I kind of got used to the Walk Streets being the way they are. And Nicholas talked about being new here and newer here and just, talked about what it's like. And I don't want to be that guy that changes that, disrupts that Walk Street. It's not going to be me. Because I know what it's like to sit out there and bring your friends my friends from Texas that want to come see it. And they go, this is awesome. You should live right here. They go, no. I'm fine. It's good. But they want to see it and they enjoy it. And they love having slaves, restaurants, people on the sidewalk. Kind of brings that community building together when you have that. Just the sidewalk dining, it's still there. And that's one thing that came out of COVID that we never thought would happen, that it would grow. And that people love sitting outside. So I'm careful about any further direction past, can we look at sidewalks expansion first and worry about everything else second? Yes, people that want dining to happen tomorrow, are going to be upset. The council's going to slow grow it. We've killed many plans for folks that people wanted to do. The cost got high, we killed it. Remember the backbone plan we had to go about building high-speed fiber throughout the city? $800,000 later, guess what, folks? We killed it. Killed it, because the cost is way down, $30 million cost. What? No. But I don't want to make that mistake here. Now, we slow grow it, find out what sidewalks cost, how long it take to do it. Then we'll come back, there's a county will come back with ComDev and Public Works, say, look, the streets are going to widen, or it's going to shrink. We can still do bike lanes or not. We can get 8 feet out of it. How much did that cost? Here's what it's going to look like. And then we have a better idea. So I'll stop there and let my colleagues continue, but you know, guys, where I'm coming from. Thank you, Your Honor.
Great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Yeah, so now I want a little bit of comment about actually what we're proposing, and then I have some questions trying to frame it, questions for my colleagues so we could possibly get to some direction or clarity, because I've heard some really good ideas posed. So, you know, people have talked about the silver lining of COVID, and it's a kind of historical fact that nothing kind of forces cultural change more than pandemics / plagues or wars. Hate to say that, but it did show us what was possible. Don't want to go back, not saying that. One thing that happened with COVID too, though, is we got really used to shopping on Amazon, right? Or shopping online, which has killed brick and mortar retail, right? And also contributed to the proliferation of delivery trucks on our streets. Because it's not just the delivery trucks delivering to the restaurants. That is happening, trust me, but it is the innumerable Amazon and FedEx and USPS and UPS trucks, you know, trying to deliver. To that end, there is, regardless of what happens with all of this, they are staff and a small task force, I believe, are working on the delivery truck issue. And if I may ask a question of Director Mirzakhanian?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Now I've used your name twice. Because I just want to be sure that's not part of this additional cost. And is it outside the scope of the task force, or is it being done within the task force as well?
It's currently being done within the task force. It is on our list to tackle.
And I think, Mr. Burton, I think you provide information. I know you provide a lot of good information on the impact of delivery trucks on residents, right? So it's not just businesses and task force members. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I know I'm not supposed to ask questions to the audience. But thank you. Because we all acknowledge, like, without expanding any program, we acknowledge that is a problem, not just for residents who live down there, but it's a public safety issue for people, as you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, driving down the street, et cetera. So that is going to be addressed, and that issue is complicated on its own without even talking about money spent. It's just such a complicated thing to figure out. So that's being addressed. The other I did have another question for you, see if I can figure it out. There was some offhand comment about second floor dining. That could be a possibility. Is that part of the task force?
That was already, yes, because as a part of this effort, we were directed by council to consider not only public property, but also any changes that would have to be made to our current regulations for private property opportunities. And we do allow second floor decks right now. We have some guidelines that are not codified that came out of a prior effort, planning effort, and staff has been utilizing those guidelines if we are presented with an application for second floor outdoor dining. But we are further discussing the guidelines with the task force once we start having the private property discussions, which is actually the next step on our list. Once we had this settled a little bit, private property was next on the list, in addition to the noise in the vehicle loading and the trash.
Okay, great. Thank you. You can. So, thank you.
Okay.
So, I really believe that something that we haven't talked about is the fact that our downtown, our restaurants, and I'm going to say this, there is an impact, and there would be an intensification of use, which would add impact to residents. I'm never going to deny that, and I want to fix that. But our restaurants are creating the charm of our downtown right now, okay? And they bring community out. They bring community together. They bring part of that joy and charm to our downtown, because if we didn't have our restaurants, we would probably have a lot of empty spaces, retail spaces, because it's really expensive to rent in Manhattan Beach. And to make it, you almost have to be a chain, or you have to work 24 hours a day like Maureen from Tabula Rasa. I mean, retail, am I right? I'm just commenting on my friends. No. It is really hard to make it. So I see this as there's a reason to do this on a lot of levels. But I want to address the concerns that my colleagues have about money and about, how we phase it, et cetera. But I think we should, I don't want this, I want us to give clear direction tonight so the process keeps moving. I'm going to agree with Councilmember Napolitano on setting aside 10th Street for the moment, because it just seems almost in the weeds. And, whether I support it or not, I think it's a distraction right now, and I would like to get to the right holistic answer. So I would propose and I thought your idea was really good. Like, how about we?
Which one?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you, sir. Although I don't know what that hit in the face thing was. That was some Texas, anyway.
Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson. I don't know, man. Watch your ear. Phasing, so it's about, so how much would it cost if we just start with street widening? Now, when you talk about that, you're also talking about removing parking meters, right? You're talking about, I think Suzanne Lerner brought up, hey, if we widen our sidewalks, is it going to be safe for bicycles, et cetera? All those things would be considered in that, but he's talking about the cost. I think that's a good idea. I think Councilmember Lesser, I think you had a concern about we don't want to let the delivery truck issue, it's circular, we've been talking about it for years, but the reason I ask those questions is to assure you that is 100% going to be tackled. There's a huge commitment to that. So I guess what I want to ask of either staff or my colleagues is if we want to proceed, but we want to understand the funding, not the funding, the cost. There's cost and then there's funding, right? And I'm a little more optimistic than my colleague about getting a dime from somebody else, but he's not wrong. We shouldn't rely on that. So does that 91,000, is that what it is, 91,000?
Additional.
Additional. Yeah. So that was going to give us a preliminary, a more complete preliminary plan that then we would be able to cost out, but that costing out would cost money. Okay, Director Marzikanian. I'm getting there.
The additional 91,000 includes the consultant costing it out for us after they prepare the civil engineer drawings.
Okay, so I guess my colleagues and I have to figure out, do we, not believe, but do we think that we have to go along with the civil engineers' additional plans in order to get the right cost? Are we willing to spend that money? I think that's a question I have for my colleagues. I would like to, I'm taking out the 10th Street right now. I want to keep moving this forward. And so I want us to figure that out. There you go. That's it. What?
That's it. Just making sure. Councilmember Lesser.
I'd like to tee this up in a similar vein, but with more specific direction, because we're kind of going round and round a little bit, if I might say. So I'd like to ask, if I can, Director Marzikanian, under the existing MIG professional service agreement and community development, your staff's capacity, what can staff bring back now without our entering into this amendment consistent with what you've heard, loud and clear. We're concerned about costs. Councilmember Montgomery has noted the issue of what it would cost, just with maybe even a rough order of magnitude for expansion of sidewalks. What can you bring back, and some of the other issues we've talked about at present, without our necessarily going forward with the amendment?
I would have to collaborate with our Public Works Department to bring back some cost estimates. They would be very conceptual, but I would have to team up with the other department to be able to do that.
Because I think all of us up here are grateful for the long-term outdoor dining task force and their work. They've done what we've asked through your staff and the consultant coming up with the vision. But now is a time where we need to really fundamentally regroup and decide, is this feasible? And if so, what more are we really going to need to do? Particularly, as was mentioned, that we would need to spend more before we're in a position to decide we really can't afford this. So I think we need some preliminary information, and at a minimum you've heard that we would need to have a rough order of magnitude. We would need some addressing of parking, I think, at a preliminary basis. What else have we heard? We've heard issues of noise. How can we address some of these fundamental issues without necessarily going forward with the amendment, unless you believe that we really must go forward with the amendment to be able to come back with something that we can actually consider, we as a community, not just this council, but the downtown residents, as well as the restaurateurs, to make sure that they're included, addressing issues that were brought up about future restaurants that may want to add space?
I'll separate some of those concepts out. What the Outdoor Dining Task Force had recommended was that in the interim, while the long-term vision is being implemented, that time is specifically devoted to working out the issues related to vehicle loading, refuse, and noise that the downtown is experiencing today. And that is one of the reasons why they didn't want a stopgap measure to bring back temporary decks, et cetera, because they understand that staff needs to devote serious amount of resources. And it's not just my department. I want to say that this is a multi-department effort. I have to collaborate with the Public Works Department, Police Department on vehicle code enforcement and loading issues. So we would have to collaborate, and we do need some time to be able to do that. But we do recognize that those are the issues that we need to address. And once we have a vision and we have some staff members working on the code amendments that have to support the direction that we take and moving that through the regulatory process, then simultaneously we'll be able to visit some of these other issues and tackle those problems.
Moving in a reasonable time frame, do you need this amendment to be able to add capacity, to be able to do some of the analyses that we've just talked about?
The noise and the traffic and vehicle is separate from the amendment, the vehicle loading. That's all separate. Really, the amendment was specifically for the civil engineered plans and the cost estimate. I will turn to the Public Works Department to help me with a conceptual level cost estimate at this point, given the council's direction. And we can table the $91,000 if that's what the council wants to do for now.
What I'd say to my colleagues is I hope we can arrive at what is some specific direction we want to give tonight. Is it to just have staff come back, as I think was preliminary discussed by Councilmember Napolitano, or do we feel that staff feel that we need this amendment? I'd like to see what staff can do, but on the other hand, I do want to keep this moving. Thank you.
Councilmember Montgomery.
Thank you, Your Honor. The most important person in the room tonight is not up here. It's that guy right there, Steve Cerulean. Can I come down for a second? Our finance director. That's the guy you really want to hear from. Nobody up here, but that man right there.
I'm hurt. No.
So what I'm going to ask you, Steve, is that those who were talking about money, those who wondered what happened during COVID, where that money went that we spent, Director Shulman is going to tell you how much money we spent out of our own pocket and how much money we put in for a claim for the feds, and then how much money we actually have gotten back. Director Shulman.
Yeah, with the claim we put in for the feds, we put in about $1.6 million. We've gotten $200,000 back, and we've been disqualified for about $400,000 and got about another $600,000 pending. And then are you referring to the ARPA funds?
No, you're doing great there. That was the only question I had for you. That was perfect.
Thank you.
My point was, those looking for outside funding, folks, just to give you an idea, outside funding. I don't believe, and The state will help us. I don't believe a supervisor will help us. We might get lucky and find a grant partway down the road, but maybe the feds will pay us back the $1.6 million we're missing. Who knows? Use that money to pay for all of this. To Mayor Pro Tem's question, the quote from Tyson was, all your plans sound great till you get hit in the mouth.
Oh, you said
Your
hit the
battle plan
mouth.
sounds great, hit in the mouth.
Until you get hit in the mouth.
Right. That's the point.
Terrible sport.
So
That's
my point
also a
was,
World War
my
II
point was,
general thing.
You don't know what's going to happen.
Plans
till
are
you get in the
great
mouth.
until you.
But the point here, folks, we don't want to plan on someone giving us any money from any section of the state, county, grants, anybody. This is going to be all on us. What they're going to tell you, it's going to be all on us. And so the first step, I agree with Councilor Lesser that we got to find out what that cost is. Then we can go from there.
If I can make a suggestion, if council would authorize the $91,000, let staff go back and figure out if we can do it on our own. And if we determine that we can't, then we at least have the authority to go and contract to get the work done.
That's reasonable. Councilor Lesser, make that motion for us.
I'd rather have them just come back.
I think we waste time that way. Oh, look. He's pressed his button.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilmember Napolitano.
No. That's my answer. No, this can be brought back rather quickly. We did this before. I'm looking at Joe Lamkin right now. We had a preliminary estimate as to what the cost to redo the sidewalks as is are. Well, that should be able to be extrapolated on a per square footage basis as to what a wider sidewalk would be. And then it's a matter of math after that. And that's why I went to law school, so I don't have to figure that out. So I don't have to deal with math. So yeah, it can be done. It can be done at least in a rough enough order, because we looked at changing some of the treatments and things out there, because the sidewalks need to be improved regardless of what happens, wider, shorter, whatever. Sidewalks are in terrible shape. Those pseudo tiles are terrible. Whatever it is, it need to be redone. And we looked at that. There was an estimate. I'd have to dig it out of my email, but I have every confidence that Director Lee behind me is going to be able to provide us with some again, we're not asking for perfection, but I think that for the good of this effort, we need to know that before we go forward. Because again, nothing happens without funding. And that also represents scale. It has to include the north end, because they are part of this discussion as well. And see where we go from there. I would hope that can be brought back fairly soon, but I don't want to approve the 90,000 and then find out later that, oh no, we're not going to do that. I really would rather, we did it before, we can do it now. So, and a lot of things, I mean, we talk about change or what hasn't changed, right? A lot of these things, the noise issues, the parking issues, the delivery issues, we had them before. We had them during COVID. We have them now. We haven't addressed them in detail as perhaps we'd all like. That's going to happen in the process as well. But again, we got to nail down the funding, because we got to know if we're going to go forward. Can we afford to go forward or not? And if we can't afford to go forward, as this proposal envisions things, then we have to scale down that proposal. At least then we know that, okay, we're going to have to look at options, or we're going to have to phase it, or we're not going to go forward at all, or we're going to have to come up with something different. Whatever it is, as much as I appreciate all the work that's been done until now, again, it's an academic exercise. It's nice. They do a great job pushing around boxes and coloring things, but it doesn't matter unless we know we can afford it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that your motion? This is a question. Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
I second.
I need to hear the motion again, but I want to hear the mayor's comment.
Motion is to direct staff to come back with what the cost of the expanded sidewalks would be. And if we can estimate any other costs along with that, I'd be happy to hear them, because there will be additional costs with placement of different things, parking changes.
Friendly amendment on timing. We need to know what that timing is. When they bring that back to us, what's a time frame of that? What it would take, time frame?
Time frame to come up with the estimate, or time frame for the changes?
Once you have the estimate, let's say the cost $800,000, then how long is that time frame?
To get it done.
Get it done.
Well, that I doubt that they can provide us.
Right.
Because then we have to go into, I mean, all those costs go out the window once we start digging and we find a Chevron oil pipe right there that we didn't know was there. Director Lee is coming up to save himself from this task. I thoroughly understand.
Good evening. Just to clarify, I've not been as close to this as Director Mirzakanian, but we are not envisioning hundreds of thousands of dollars. I would envision this as order of millions of dollars.
Oh, yeah.
And just want to make sure that perspective is
Oh, yeah.
in the council's mind.
That's why we need to know. That is exactly why we need to know.
But per square foot.
Right.
Maybe not that far, but
extrapolating out as to what the full cost would be, north end and downtown, to do what is being proposed here, I know it's going to be in the $1 million. Everybody else needs to know it's in the millions of dollars, though.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So for my comments, and I just made it there, let's find out the per square foot. We just did a beautiful sidewalk at Flournoy and Valley for, what was the whole action called? Mobility or something like that at that corner when they're crossing? What was that?
If you ask the residents, they might have a different description of it.
No, he's very happy.
Oh, good.
They're very, very happy. I checked with them. They're ecstatic. But that is per square foot, replacing old, doing new. I think one optimistic thing is that I think the last time that dirt was exposed was maybe 30 years ago when we did that improvement of the sidewalks. And so if we're just merely skimming that off and putting, more, replacing the concrete and expanding it out, we may not have the drilling and undergrounding issues. We're not going down that much. So anyway, I'm an optimist on that. But, I heard a lot about bicycles. Well, we're promoting bicycles, and now we're going to be narrowing everything. Well, the 8-foot sidewalk is going to let people walk their bicycles. Just because we have a street there doesn't mean that the bicycles can ride on them. You're talking 2 blocks as far as the bicycles. I think they could be taught, or that could be a rule, or sorry for the sign, but, walk your bike. So that, and we have the ambassadors that can help and things like that. So you're walking your bikes in this congested area downtown. I was walking it, the last couple of days looking at it. There's that grassy area in front of, what is it, Union Bank now, or
Yeah, the one over here?
yeah, is it United Bank or Union Bank, whatever. There's that grassy area, okay? Turn that into a big bike, a bike parking lot. We want to be like Europe. Europe has big bike parking lots, okay? We can ask Vaughn's if we can lease some space in those back parking lots, right? And on the south side of Vaughn's, it never seems to fill up, So let's go ahead and we can put bike parking lots in there. Park your bike. We can make sure it's secure, have cameras, everything like that, so the bad guys don't steal them. And then you walk through downtown. That's a potential solution. But I agree, cost. Let's get an estimate first. I'm willing to support that motion along with addressing, this plan was really, I love the word bifurcated, right? It was bifurcated. We're going to go ahead and do the planning, but we're still going to go ahead and start addressing the problems that have been annoyances and affected our quality of life in downtown. So if we can craft a motion to include that, I think I'm good for it.
It's been made.
It's been made. Seconded.
But that's.
Yeah.
I'm in the motion to direct staff to come back with the per square foot cost associated with downtown and the north end. And I'll put one asterisk to that, though. It's also with the understanding that the cost that we're going to get back is going to be plain Jane cement, vanilla cement. Because if you look at Hermosa and every other city that's done upgrades to downtown areas or commercial areas like this, high pedestrian, they add pavers, they do this, that, the other, they engrave in the cement, whatever it might be. We're all going to just have to imagine that that's going to be added costs to whatever vanilla cement's going to be.
And no tiles.
But I'm sorry, Mr. if I may interrupt. Your question was, you want to bifurcate, you want to add something to the motion about to continue to study the issues of noise, et cetera, but I don't think we have to add that to the motion because that's already being done.
Yeah.
But I did have a question, and I'm going to support but it's just a question if you're done.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
So my question is also for Director Mirzakanian. Councilmember Napolitano mentioned we do need to study our parking requirements that we place on businesses, where like so many communities have done. Is that being done on a parallel path, or do we have to give
Yes.
direction on that?
No,
Okay.
separate from, that is one of the items on our work plan, and we presented
Okay.
last week. It's
Doing
called
that
modernized
citywide, right?
parking. It's citywide,
Yeah,
correct.
citywide.
Because that is an issue with the proliferation of the differences in our, okay, so that,
Well,
I
and-
just wanted to confirm that, so I'm done, I'm good.
And with ride sharing.
Right, right.
We don't need.
I'm good with the
Okay.
motion.
Are we good?
The horse dead yet?
Call for the question?
Of course,
Let's
do
vote on it.
Yeah, okay.
Do it.
Is it clear? City Manager Mo, we're clear on it? Attorney Barrow?
Clear as mud?
Council, would it be safe to say that we can pause on spending staff resources on other designs until we come back with the cost for this one?
Yes.
And then we can continue to keep our focus on other things related to noise and trash so that we're not expending resources on alternative designs in the meantime?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Perfect.
Can I just clarify, I should have asked it before, but just how far from existing curbs are we talking about covering on average? 4 feet, 6 feet?
Oh, well, somewhere.
The additional width?
somewhere
I
think
want
they're
to,
8
I want to join Mr. Burton there and measure out
4 to 8 feet.
the streets like we've done before.
4 to 8 feet.
4 to 8 feet.
Correct.
That's, okay. All right, great, thank you.
you.
We have a screen?
We're good?
Motion passes 5-0.
Job.
Yeah, good job, everybody.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm standing up.
you doing all right,
Great.
everybody?
Yeah, good discussion.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. We'd love to see a full council.
Yeah, that was a good discussion. I like the way it- I
Oh,
like
and the plan is amazing.
We'll fill you in.
it. It is amazing.
Oh, yeah.
I just can't. Sometimes I do.
Let them spill out for a second. Joe.
Yeah.
Let them spill out.
Yeah.
I'll run back. Continue on.
Taking another break?
No, we're just waiting for. Folks, can you take your conversations out?
Are the mics off? Can't hear you. I can't hear you. We're still going, guys.
Folks, can you please take your conversations to the lobby? Hello, Kathy. Kathy, can you take your conversations there so we can continue? That's okay. Happy to see you here.
You guys have those smart watches that tell you to stand?
I thought you said senior lead officer. That's a low in my head.
These scrapped onto these. Okay, we're missing, there we go. All right, we're ready to go.
Stand up for a second.
Yeah, oh, good.
Okay, so let's continue to item number 13. The fiscal year 2023-2024 mid-year budget report. And the aforementioned Finance Director, Steve Shirillian.
Yes, and actually, Mr. Mayor, before Steve comes up, I just wanted to take a minute to describe what we're doing this evening.
Okay.
This is, of course, the mid-year budget report, and we typically present this time of year. It's a look at where we are 6 months through the current fiscal year, and you take a look at the budget performance and how we're doing and what the year-end estimates look like. We're also looking at what the budget process looks like for fiscal year 24-25, which is underway now, and then we're also looking at some staffing changes. And this is something that actually we started during the pandemic, and that was reviewing staffing levels because we found that doing it once a year during the budget process didn't really make us a very nimble organization to adapt to the changing landscape. And so we've carried that forward these last couple of years, and it gives us the ability to address personnel issues during the year in real-time trends so that we can, as I say, be a little more nimble. So we do have several personnel changes included in the budget this year. Most of these I'm suggesting for fiscal year 24-25 for them to be effective then, but the reason I'm bringing them to you now is because it would allow us to get started on developing the specs for the position if needed, also doing the recruitment and getting the folks here so that come July 1 of 24 for next fiscal year, we can hit the ground running with those resources. Some of these requirements or recommendations I'm making to you are in response to community input, particularly when it comes to the planning department in terms of turnaround time. Tallene will spend some time talking about those particular needs. There's also been new state legislation that's requiring us to turn plans around more quickly. In some cases, I think Tallene said 3 to 5 days for solar permits, for instance. That's a new state requirement. Some of the other changes have to do with our fire department and an ambulance operator program that we think would be an enhancement to community service, as well as a very low dollar figure that goes with that. And many of these things that I'm recommending to you have revenue sources available to offset those costs, or there are other ways of offsetting those costs, so it's not a net impact to the general fund. So I wanted to point that out to you again. There's some of these things that Steve will describe that we're looking for adjustments or authorization for now, but many of these are for next fiscal year. And it's just us proactively planning so that we know what we have to work with this next fiscal year. So with that, I'll turn it over to Steve, and the department heads that are involved with these position changes will be making presentations as well. Steve.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Franklin and members of the City Council. Steve Sherrillian, here to present the mid-year budget report for fiscal year 23-24. The adopted budget for fiscal year 23-24 revenues over expenditures by $475,000, and the projections for year-end fiscal year 23-24 general revenues exceed expenditures by $1.1 million. Revenues in several key revenue streams are trending higher, and expenditures are projected slightly below budget due to materials and contract services. General fund revenues are expected to end the year at $927,000 higher than adjusted budget for fiscal year 24. Some of these major revenue sources is property tax coming in at $193,000 higher, mainly due to increase in tax values and home sales. Sales tax is coming in about $100,000 higher. Steady local economic activity despite the continuance of higher interest rates and inflation. Transit occupancy tax, we're seeing it slightly higher at $50,000 over budget. And the occupancy rate seems stable after communicating with our hotels during the fourth quarter of 2023. We do this regularly, periodically, as we get the time to check in with our hotels and see how they're looking out 3, 6, 9 months to kind of get a good gauge at that. A good surprise has been our short-term rentals, short-term vacation rentals in the coastal zone. We budgeted about $350,000 this year. When we kicked off this year, we had about 25 in that coastal zone. And we're up to over 125 now, and we're estimating budget to come in about $900,000 on those. So it's quite a lot of legwork on staff, but it's a lot of revenue that it's creating. And staff is closely monitoring these activities of the short-term rentals, making sure they're the coastal zone, working with our partners in community development and host compliance to make sure that everything's on the up and up with those. So it's a good surprise there. Business license taxes about $150,000 higher. We're seeing the revenue increase expected to come in above the estimated budget, and this is due to increased gross receipts and a higher CPI. Real estate transfer tax is about $150,000 lower, and this is based on sales price during the transfer of properties. Building plan check fees slightly lower, and this is the number of demolition permits issued is slightly under this time last year. And the lower construction and sales activity is evident, as I mentioned, in our real estate transfer tax revenue. Service charges is $452,000 higher, and this is primarily due to strength in the Parks and Recreation programming, as well as increase in other fees such as ambulance fees. These are pending FEMA reimbursements. Just went over a few minutes ago. I will go into it in more detail. So starting in September 2020, the city submitted 10 project applications to FEMA, which encompassed nearly $1.6 million of expenditures related to its COVID-19 response. After a lengthy review process, which required multiple submissions to FEMA to provide additional information, our purchasing team was able to usher 6 of these applications through the procurement stage for a total of anticipated reimbursement to the city of $798,000. All this with FEMA project managers switching almost a dozen times on us from the first submittal back in September of 2020. The city has been able to secure the reimbursement of $194,000 to date from 3 projects that have cleared the final repayment state, and the most recent payment was received on December 19th, totaling $101,000. There are still 3 outstanding payments expected, which are roughly estimate to bring in a total of $603,000. Hoping to give you some news on that when we do the proposed budget in May. General fund expenditures are expected to end the year approximately $1.6 million lower than the adjusted budget. Salaries and wages are trending above by about $418,000. This is a lot is attributed to overtime sworn and non-sworn positions. Employee benefit expenditures are projected to be lower than the budget by $390,000, and this is mainly due to vacancies. Contracts and professional services lower than the budget by about $1.1 million, and this is due to encumbrances which have not been fully expended yet this current fiscal year, and many of them will be carried forward to be expended at a subsequent fiscal year, but we won't know that until we get closer to the proposed budget coming to you in May. Materials and services lower by about $429,000. Savings in this category largely resulted from unexpended budget in departmental supplies and training and conferences. In the utility category, about $19,400 higher, and this is primarily due to the combination of increased usage and higher natural gas and other utilities. The one proposed budget adjustment that we have for mid-year is SB 1383 compliance. The city continues its efforts to comply with SB 1383, which is CalRecycle's short-lived climate pollutant reduction strategy. CalRecycle will award the city with $75,893 from the SB 1383 local assistance grant to be used beginning April 1st, 2024. So this display table, as City Manager Mo mentioned, has the staffing adjustments. The table is proposed has about 12 net new positions, 3 upgrades, and 1 downgrade. The city continues to explore opportunities for improving service delivery, insourcing core services where beneficial, and aligning positions and staffing to current needs of the organization and community. Many of these positions requested provide direct service delivery enhancements to customers and will be directly tied to a revenue offset, cost recovery, or reimbursement in future fiscal years. The positions marked to be filled in fiscal year 24-25 are not anticipated to result in immediate cost to the current fiscal year, as the intention is only to get authorization to begin the recruitment process for these roles, with the understanding that selected candidates will fill these roles at the start of fiscal year 2025. The position request and changes covers 5 different departments, from the fire department, police department, community development, public works, and finance. Each department head will present the details of their staffing changes, starting with Chief Lang.
All right.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Lang, your Fire Chief. As part of being a Fire Chief, I'm consistently evaluating the needs of the city, the needs of the department, and how I can better serve the city and how the department can better serve the city. And in one of those instances, we come upon our EMS and our medical transport and succession planning, and identified a need right away with that over the last 18 months. And one thing I do when I see a need, I look at firefighter safety, service to our community, and being fiscally responsible in the decision. And what I'm presenting tonight meets all 3 of those standards. One what we're proposing tonight is to insource all of our EMS transport. So currently we transport our ALS Health Advanced Life Support, and we outsource our BLS Basic Life Support to a third party, a private ambulance company that we've been doing since slightly before COVID. Those costs have increased to the point where we're going to see some cost savings by insourcing. And if you can remember back in October of 22, the council authorized me to insource, or I should say civilianize, our Fire Prevention Bureau and moved our 2 sworn personnel over to suppression, the sworn suppression personnel over to suppression, and then increased one of the firefighter positions to a captain position, and then also add a 3rd captain position. So we essentially have 3 captain positions, 1 each day of an extra captain. So the proposal tonight would be to downgrade that position to a firefighter, hire 3 more firefighters, and then also add a deputy chief. And in doing that, would be just adding 4 full-time new employees, and the initial 2023-24 fiscal year would be adding the deputy chief, possibly in the next month or so, which that position would help onboard the 6 fires and increase the new ambulance operator / rescue transport program. The cost to onboard that deputy position would be $86,300 out of this fiscal year. Then the recommendation would be authorize myself and Human Resources to start recruiting for the 6 firefighter positions as of the 24-25 budget. And how we're going to pay for those positions, well, I should say go back. Our initial cost for all those positions to do this program would be $1,051,000, and but our insourcing and offset costs by bringing those positions down and taking the money we're spending to pay for the private ambulance company now, we're about $1.256 million. So initial first year cost would be a net zero, and ongoing years would be out of a $200,000 savings, and that's a very conservative number because we see our billing, the possibility of our billing going up, as well as our opportunity to bill going up by insourcing all of our transport fees. In that initial net zero, our first year, the offset cost would just be by purchasing PPE, personal protective clothing mandated by OSHA and FPA, vehicles and so on to get our program really up and running. So with that being said, I'm here to answer any questions.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Chief, what are we paying we were here when we started that program? See, remember that to go to McCormick and help load off? We didn't have the capability we do now, or looking at what's the cost we pay McCormick now annually? Do you know?
Yeah, when I started, probably right in the middle of COVID, we were about $250,000, and we're with the escalating fee going up and the amount of our call volume is also increasing.
Sure.
So we're just shy of $500,000.
There we go.
It's also because our paid leave program failed.
Right. So that's good. Appreciate that.
So, yeah, that's where we're going to see the offset costs of the savings from the deduction of the 3 captains to firefighter positions and the $500,000 savings. And like I said, very conservatively, we're going to save $200,000 a year. I think that'll be much more due to our ability to bill quicker, because right now our problem is our BLS calls, information sent from our private ambulance company in, and so there's a lag time. And the way we do it, we bill directly to, as soon as our call's done, an ALS call, it goes to our billing company, and it's billed directly from the insurance right away. So we collect much faster. There's that gap with the BLS company, so we think that'll increase revenue, as well as some other opportunities with Medicare and Medi-Cal to recoup some cost.
Love that second question. I'll be quick. I know Lisa, HR is going to find good people, but hiring time is going to be the biggest gap. So we're ready to go, what, 8 months from now?
No, that's why we're proposing for July. If you authorize it tonight, I'll work with HR, and we're actually going to fly it as a firefighter, paramedic trainee, so we have the ability to spend later on. So we're looking for, so we've done the last couple of years, we've flown it as a firefighter, paramedic. The problem, everybody in the LA County, is there's a shortage on paramedics. So this is a way to expand that opportunity, get a broader net cast, and really get in. And if we get paramedics, great. If we don't, We'll hire them as firefighters, get them trained as firefighter, and then send them to paramedic school.
So your group is pretty excited about the opportunity to do this?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Honor.
That's great.
No other questions?
Councilmember Lesser?
I'm going to pick up on your exchange with Councilmember Montgomery and ask you to repeat some of what you've just said, because I think all of us are reluctant to add headcount to our city staff unless we can justify it with costs, we can justify it with a need, or particularly related to public safety. So I think you've made a very good presentation, but I think it needs to be summarized a bit more to explain why we're even considering this, particularly at the mid-year budget phase. Because right now we have contracted with an outside service to facilitate the response to emergency calls. But can you repeat why that model is one we're looking to replace and bring in-house?
Yeah, I appreciate your question. Yeah, we're looking, what we've been working with the private ambulance company has been working, but we're seeing countywide due to COVID and due to specifically LA County's requirement for vaccination stuff, a lot of employees have left in the pre-hospital care have left the county, so they're having a hard time staffing. So private companies are having a hard time staffing, which made a lot of departments look at ambulance operator programs. So traditionally what they're hiring is they're hiring EMTs and staffing their own ambulances. Well, we looked at that, but if the further you do the research into that, what you're seeing is they're spending thousands of dollars to onboard this person and they're gone within a month because they're getting hired by as firefighters. So we ran the numbers, and for us to hire a firefighter, which you should back up, when you hire just an EMT, that's all they're going to do is drive an ambulance for you. By hiring a firefighter, eventually training him to be a medic, then we're getting a person on scene for any type of incident, any type of emergency, structure fire, traffic accident, hazard materials, excuse me. So we're looking towards the future. We do have obviously the High Rose project, other high density projects, the senior facility come up. So we're looking not only our call volume up, but it's going to increase with this other development coming in. So we're projecting out, and we feel that these enhancements will protect us and enhance us well into the future.
So to use my words, the current program is not sustainable.
It's strained.
It's strained, and what you're proposing through this budget is to build this capacity in-house.
Yes, sir.
It's helpful. Thank you.
At a cost savings.
At a cost savings.
My favorite part.
That's why I said it.
Thank you.
And so, so I just have a quick question, is, I see there's something here about the additional cost for vehicle and OSHA mandated safety equipment to be included in the proposed budget. So.
Yes, sir. That's why, if you look at the first year, our associated offset costs are $1.256 million. So the first year of the program, it will be, we'll have a net zero. We won't have any savings. That's years going forward after the first year would be the 200,000 savings. So
Okay, and these new hires as a firefighter, then they'll still be able to fight fires, right?
Yes, sir.
In addition to.
Fight fire, go on hazardous material calls, traffic accidents, and actually be a part of just the full broad spectrum of a all hazard department versus just driving an ambulance, like hiring an EMT.
Great, thank you, Chief. Councilmember Lesser.
Quick follow-up question. Are these meet and confer proposals for our labor groups?
They will be a meet and confer, but I've already had conversations with the association, and they're on board with it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank
Great.
you. Any
That's
other
it for us.
questions? No, we're good.
Okay,
Thank
I'll
you,
pass
Chief.
it on to Chief Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and members of the City Council. Rachel Johnson, your police chief, and I'm before you today to talk briefly about the police department's request for consideration of the addition of 3 lead community services officers. And this slide can be found in your council packet on page 408 for your reference. As the council may remember, in 2020, 3 CSO positions were eliminated from the police department, with one of those positions being completely eliminated and 2 reallocated to code enforcement. We're here tonight to ask for 3 full-time lead CSO positions, to have those positions returned for a couple of reasons. The first reason is our newly hired police support supervisor, much like our parking and animal control sergeant that predated that position starting, has a really wide span of control. Depending on how many part-time employees we have, they could be supervising directly 23 employees. And so hiring these lead community services officers or bringing these positions back as lead community services officers affords us that opportunity not only to provide our community services officers with opportunities for growth and to have some experience as supervisors, but also reduces that span of control for our police support supervisor so that she can not only manage her employees and guide them and mentor them, but also supervise the parking and animal control unit to the level that we would prefer. Secondly, these three lead community services officers would be working supervisors. And so while certainly they would have some responsibilities with scheduling and things like that to assist our police support supervisor, they would be out in the field answering calls for service and provide us with that level of service that we have come to expect and that the residents and business owners deserve in our community. You know, and that's from things like being consistently present on our street sweeping routes and doing our meter enforcement in our parking lots and on-street parking, but also for traffic control, for our special events, and for addressing those community quality of life issues that are really very important to us. So it's with that in mind that we ask you for these positions. And as City Manager Moe indicated, the net cost for these positions in this fiscal year is zero. Your approval tonight would just allow us to recruit. But in fiscal year 25, the estimated cost would be about $306,456, with an anticipated offset of about $525,000 for a negative net impact. And that's just through the anticipated revenues that these lead CSOs would bring in through the issuance of parking citations. And so with that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Councilmember Lesser.
Maybe this is a question for our finance director. I just want to confirm these offsets. Are these fully burdened compensation rates that we're talking about?
Yeah, the salary, the estimated cost includes salary and benefits. So the associated offset revenue is from parking citations, so a conservative number taken over a period of average of about 5 years as to what a CSO would generate.
Okay. And all the references within this report of added personnel, they're fully burdened rates, right?
That is, they're salary and benefits.
Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? The only comment I'm going to make is that it looks like you and Chief Lang are having a competition here for saving the city money. We like that.
I'm just worried I'm going to get more parking tickets.
Well, you got to feed the meter.
You know, I'm willing.
Okay, well, thank you, Chief.
Thank you,
for your support.
True.
Good evening again, Council. Tali Mirzakhanian, your Community Development Director. If you'd like to follow along with the department's request in your agenda packet, please turn to page 408 to 410. The Community Development Department is requesting 3 net new full-time positions: Senior Planner, Associate Planner, and Plans Examiner. We are seeking the 3 positions in order to offer service delivery levels aligned with the expectations of the community and in light of the following. 1, the volume of projects continues to increase, as demonstrated by the department's projected 25% increase in planning filing fees for this fiscal year. With new housing legislation and other statutory requirements in place, the level of complexity of current planning projects has increased, necessitating a higher level of analytical skills to provide a thorough evaluation and assessment. 3rd, the planning division is very behind on advanced planning efforts. It hurts me to say that. And this is the policy-related work, one of the items of which came up earlier, which is the parking code update, and the list is very long. And some of these are required by statute. Some of them were directed by City Council, and some of them, like the housing element, which is directed by statute, and the implementation of the programs in the housing element cannot be deferred. Shifting our existing staff's focus from the development-related applications to this advanced planning work, what ends up happening is we then cause delays in the development activity because they can't do everything at one time. They can, but both items get delayed, which is what we've been experiencing the last several years. And last but not least, as City Manager Mo mentioned, new state mandates have tremendously shortened our timelines for review of certain project types. The turnaround time for solar projects is now 24 hours to 3 days. And certain residential projects now have a 30-day turnaround time, where those typically take us about 10 weeks to get through. And so that has created a timing burden on staff as well. Additional staff would allow us to effectively review plans and ensure compliance with these new state regulations, but also allowing us putting us in a position to increase the efficiency and effectiveness at the public counter through the performance of simple plan reviews, and potentially some over-the-counter reviews, which we just don't have the capacity to do right now. And I'm sure you've seen emails, but that is a complaint we get. We don't have the capacity to accommodate the over-the-counter style project reviews. We are currently operating with one senior plan check engineer. We outsource a lot of this work. For the last about year and couple months, we've had a contract planner. After January, we expended all those funds. We're not able to use them anymore. And we outsource a lot of our building permit reviews to our consultants. So if we are able to get a plans examiner, for example, some of the reviews that we would typically send to that consultant, we would just be doing in-house instead. While we are seeking authorization to open the recruitment process soon, if approved, we would fill the recruitments in the next fiscal year. The estimated cost of the 3 positions is $434,810. Staff anticipates that the upcoming fee study will result in updated costs and in updated fees commensurate with the need to achieve full cost recovery for the positions in the future, albeit the cost recovery fees for fiscal year 2024-2025 will only be partially offset due to the timing of the user fee study. I'm available for questions.
Your Honor.
Yes,
Director, let me ask you, so how many outside firms are we using for a plan check today?
We have 4 on contract.
4.
And we pick and choose what we send to whom.
Okay, you said we ran out of funds earlier to
We ran out of funds for the planner.
For the
We
planner.
no longer have a contract planner on board.
So in theory, if council approves this going forward, why couldn't we do both? Why couldn't we have HR search for these hard-to-find planners and associate planners and examiner while you use the new funds to use contract to back up that backlog? If you're caught, you're still behind, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll bring it up later on, but if you had both, you'd be able to cover the whole while HR is recruiting. It's going to take us months to recruit. We can even find a senior planner. It takes 6 to 8 months for we can find one. So
Even the contract planners are hard to come by.
answer my question. Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. I have a question about, I don't even know if we can figure out the answer, but what impact is this going to have on our cash flow from, a project is going to be approved sooner, built sooner, finished sooner, higher property taxes flowing to the city?
You'll see them earlier than you see them now.
Okay. You have an order of magnitude? I'm going to put
A lot.
a lot.
Sorry.
Okay.
I can't quantify that at this time.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions?
No.
Thank you very much.
And the number 2 font, I have to read this stuff.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Eric Lee, your Public Works Director. If you want to follow along with me in your agenda packet, the pages are 410 and 411. The adjustments I'm proposing for your consideration tonight do not increase total number of full-time employees in the Public Works Department. Rather, it just realigns the job descriptions and the salaries among 4 existing authorized positions already. So the first would be upgrading one of our senior civil engineer positions to a principal civil engineer. This is going to help us complete projects in a more timely manner and manage our engineering division better, reducing span of control for our city engineer, and just having better alignment within that work group. I'll bring you to the 4th one, next, which is similar. It would be a downgrade of one of our existing vacant senior civil engineer positions to an associate. And so similarly, this better aligns the human resources in our engineering division, and it would allow our senior civil engineers to have more associate level assistance so that they don't get tied up doing lower level work unnecessarily. The other two adjustments we have for your consideration, one would be upgrading a senior management analyst position to a solid waste administrator. Currently, the city's solid waste program is outsourced to waste management, and that's overseen by a senior management analyst who is actually tasked with a variety of other important work. And what we'd like to do is, considering the state regulatory environment we have with solid waste, especially as it relates to organics and recycling and SB 1383, we want to have this position solely focused on solid waste. So rather than approaching this from a perspective of adding additional employees, I want to have this person solely in this lane.
Yes.
So the net, it's all been explained. The net cost is $11,733.
Yes.
Can we move on to the next one?
I think we can move on. That's what I was just looking at.
It worked. Thank you.
Is that okay?
That's good.
Well
Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I already lost my bet.
He's out of the pool.
So how about 63,000?
Next.
Good evening again, Steve Sherlin, your finance director. Pages 411 and 413 in your packet if you want to follow along. Finance department has two new positions. The first one is offset by a 35-hour part-time position, which is currently vacant. This position would be filled in 23-24 at a cost of $4,800. And annualized, that upgrade net cost would be about $29,000 for next fiscal year. Historically, the city's centralized accounts payable support has been filled by a part-time position who enters approximately 70% of the city invoices, provides accounting and financial support, reviews travel requests, and helps resolve discrepancies. The Finance Department suggests converting this essential position into a full-time accounting technician to offer stability, provide for career laddering, and reduce turnover. The second item is a grant administrator. This role will act as a primary grant resource and administrator for the city. Over the past decade, the city has experienced a 50% increase in grants, with an estimated $47 million in grants in the pipeline, necessitating an additional support. Various administrative fees associated with the grant position can largely be reimbursed to the City General's Fund. Currently, the city employs a decentralized approach to grant monitoring, with each department managing their own grants. Given the rising number of the value of grants managed annually, and with the expectations of further increases coming in years, there's a recognized need to centralize grant management. The grant administrator position will centralize the grant management function, including reviewing, reporting, and policy implementation to ensure compliance with grant requirements. Responsibilities will encompass analytical review of reports, contractual documents, and grant-related correspondences, including grant applications. Additionally, this role will oversee the city's utilization and reporting to local return funds from Metro, serve as a primary contact for CIP budgeting, as well as support in financial audits.
Terrific.
Any questions?
Seeing none?
None.
Thank you. Revised surplus, the general fund projection is $1.1 million, with a proposed budget adjustment for the net staffing adjustments of $93,000 and net budget adjustment of $21,000. The revised projected surplus will be almost $1 million, $998,000. Five-year forecast is revised. The projections indicate continuing annual structural surpluses year over year. Ongoing revenues are projected to exceed expenditures. Staffing refines factors, growth factors, and updates revenue projections during the budget process, so you'll be seeing more of that coming in May. And after fiscal year 23-24, the general fund will no longer provide a subsidy to the Stormwater Fund.
Here, here.
Yay.
And general fund will continue to subsidize the subsidy to the street lighting and landscape fund at a tune of about $300,000 per year. So here's a 5-year forecast. I wanted to show two iterations of this, one being December 2023. which had our actuals finalized in 2020 from 2023 fiscal year, last year. So kind of showing you our financial policy designation, which was first, and then economic uncertainty, and then third and finally would be the unreserved fund balance. You can see budget year 2024, and this is something similar. We'd come back to you if we didn't do anything with the storm drain fund, and I just wanted you to see this, that we'd be dipping into financial economic uncertainty in 2027, and fiscal year 2028 would be almost wiping that out. So looking at it now with the inclusion of the storm drain fee, as you can see, it's an additional almost $10 million looking at 2028 as far as a turnaround from where we were dipping into economic uncertainty, almost wiping it out. So it's, this tells the story of where we are as far as our reserves. Our budget outreach, we had a budget priority community meeting held on February 15th last week. We had about 40 attendees for that, and we had an updated budget video and overview, and gave the public an opportunity to discuss questions and provide comments to staff as what they would like to see in their budget priorities as we develop the spending plan for fiscal year 24-25. And we also kicked off a survey, and we have approximately 40 or so in the first week of input from the public. So we'll keep that open until March 10th, and we'll include that in our proposed budget in May. Our budget timeline, so after tonight's meeting, the next budget item will be the presentation of next year's proposed budget on May 7th. After that presentation, the city holds budget study sessions throughout the month of May for City Council to review the proposed spending plan, ask questions, and of course, provide opportunities for more public input. And on June 4th is tentatively scheduled to be the final public hearing and budget adoption before the fiscal year July 1st begins.
Great.
Recommendations, one, receive the mid-year report for fiscal year 23-24 and 24-25 budget development calendar. Appropriate $97,000 from the general fund and adjust revenues by $75,893 and approve of staffing adjustments identified in your staff report. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We have a motion.
Well, we have to take public comment first.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
But also, Councilmember Napolitano.
Oh, that was to make a comment, not questions, so I'll wait until after public.
Okay.
Thank you.
Public comments are open. Anybody here? How about on, oh.
Just to say that I love the hiring of more CSOs because the response time to coming to our store to deal with illegal parking in our lot has greatly increased in recent memory. And basically people just use our lot for free, go to the beach, go to eat lunch and enjoy a nice time. And we don't want to tow people. I think a ticket will suffice. But right now we're not, it's just not happening. So the word is out, you can kind of park in anyone's private lot and you're not gonna get cited. So I'm really looking forward to the hiring of these CSO officers to get a much faster response time. We have a 20-minute limit for customers only, and I hope that we can, have the partnership with you guys to enforce that by hiring more CSOs. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? How about online?
There's no request on Zoom.
Okay, we're going to close public comments. We have a motion from Councilmember Richard Montgomery.
Yes, Your Honor. I want to preface that by saying that I don't think Chief Johnson and Chief Langen come in here hat in hand for no reason. I think if you're talking about we can get rid of McCormick as an outside servicer and cut our costs and increase our own strength, why would we do that? Like you say, we're not using people just to do the service. They have online for normal firefighter duties. So to me, it's a win-win for that one. And Chief Johnson wouldn't be asking me for 3 CSOs unless that we budget neutral. You heard Heather talk about the fact that we can't get there now. So why wouldn't I? If I can do that with enforcement, and even if they ticket the mayor pro tem, it's fine with me. And as far as, and Director Schrader wouldn't be asking me either. He's the guy that pinches pennies, I think, as hard as our former finance director did. So if I can get there by cutting costs and increase our service levels, that is an obvious decision for us to make going forward. I don't take the decision to add headcount, as Lesser says earlier, easy. That's a much difficult spot. But if I can offset costs, I get better service too. I didn't offer to do a two-pronged approach with Director Mezzakinian. I'd say if I could think of a way to add funds to restart your third-party contract person, I would, while Director Jenkins and HR tries to find the non-existent planner, associate planner, and a plan examiner. It's a long time to get there. So rather than wait, I had offered the suggestion of if we could restart, I'm not sure what that contract number is, but we look at that as another option to hold that gap. If you're using 5 service companies now to try to get rid of the backlog and we still can't get there, waiting 8 months to hire 3 people is not going to help us. So I'll stop there and let my colleagues catch up, but I think it's something that we need to consider.
And apologies to Councilmember Napolitano. You have a
That's okay.
or statement?
No question, just was going to speak on it. And, it is an election year. And every time there's an election here, you hear, the same lines about that the city is no bigger than it was 20 years ago, 30 years ago, that the resident count is no bigger than it was 20, 30, 40 years ago. And so why do we have so many employees? And it's not for the sake of spending money, it's for the sake of providing services. That's what we're in the business of doing, is providing services. And the adjustments and the addition of employees is to meet the needs of our residents, as well as our regulatory requirements that we have to meet, that we have found have only increased over time and increased the cost over time. And we also have found, and this goes back and forth, sometimes contracting for services makes sense, sometimes it doesn't. We had a hard time when for the same reasons that they can't find EMTs to man or to staff the ambulances anymore. There was a time when we didn't have the paid call firefighters. They were constantly leaving, so we had high turnover. We couldn't staff our own ambulances for a while. So we're coming back full circle on a better plan, so we'll have full-time employees doing these things. And it makes sense because not only are we going to save money, we're going to have more staff to provide more services. Same thing that Public Works has done with bringing in-house the street sweeping and power washing, the CSOs, obviously we need those. We've heard from a number of folks. We want enforcement on dogs on the beach. We want parking enforcement. We're down on parking revenue because we've lacked enforcement and all these needs. And so, and the issues we've received from numerous people who have, why is it taking so long to check my plans? Why is it inspections? Why this, why that? It's because we haven't had the folks in community development do that, and it's been hard to recruit them. So we need those additions as well. So we're not, we're not adding headcount when you're answering these questions. Come the debates, Your Honor, because Councilor Montgomery and I won't be. But when you do, it's about services. It's not about headcount. If you don't measure a city by how many employees work. You measure by how those people that you do have are meeting the needs of the community. And the idea that we can just dispense with employees and cut administration and do this and that and still provide the services to our residents is nonsense. We need people to do that. People provide services, and that's why we're doing this. And that was a much longer lecture than I was planning for, but I'm on NyQuil and cough drops, so thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I agree with that. The pandemic, just did a topsy-turvy with the employment situation. And so contractors who were able to somehow eke out a profit from hiring people and contracting them out to cities and the like are being squeezed with issues that the cities themselves have been faced with. And so we're able to take advantage of that by hiring the talent directly and managing them. And I would just only add to what Councilmember Napolitano said, it's service to residents, but also to visitors. We have an obligation to them. And as Councilmember Montgomery pointed out a couple of meetings ago, they stop at McDonald's, they're a taxpayer. They're paying taxes, and part of that sales tax revenue is going into all these calculations. You heard me ask the question about getting homes finished quicker. You know, a developer buys a lot for $2 million now, and then the property taxes get reassessed, and then when they sell that finished product, it gets reassessed again to a much higher number, and that produces cash flow, needed cash flow, and added benefit to the city. So I agree with that, and I look forward to debates.
Just kidding about the NyQuil. I don't want the mayor pro tem to think I'm going to be running drunk down her street later.
I've got a video camera.
Can I do a
so-
follow-up question?
Yeah, Councilmember.
Hey, Chief Lane, can I ask you one more question, please, sir? Because as soon as I say this, the papers will report a different, what I just said. I want to make sure I say it again. So when the council approves this, and you fly the positions, that will happen when? As far as flying it, the public will get notified when they're going to fly these open positions.
Our plan on working in with HR as soon as tomorrow and getting it out as soon as possible. And our target goal is July 1st to have the employees hired and starting. We do an 8-week training academy, but we would get them on the floor as soon as possible.
I'm watching Judge Jenkins behind you nod her head to say, do you want to add to that? I want to make sure the papers get this right. They won't say call tomorrow.
Yes, thank you, City Council. Lisa Jenkins, your Human Resources Director. And there are a few more steps between now and flying the positions. Then we have a hiring process as well as background, which we're all familiar with. Want to make sure that we vet all of our candidates. With this one in particular, because the city has historically only hired firefighter paramedics, and we are potentially looking at firefighter only or paramedic trainee or a firefighter recruit type position. There are some details that we do want to work out collaboratively with our association, but what we can certainly do is give council periodic updates as part of the budget process to let you know where we're at.
Please do. Perfect. Thank you both very much. I appreciate it. With that, I'm good, Your Honor. That was all I wanted to hear.
Comments?
I'll just try to get more parking tickets and help the budget as much as I can.
So noted and approved.
I don't fight them.
Yeah, motion by.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Montgomery.
Thank you, sir. Yes. My motion is to receive the report, appropriate the funds, and approve staffing adjustments.
Right. And we have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Haworth. Vote, please. Thank you.
Motion passes 5-0.
Mayor, before I ask for maybe just a 3-minute break, Councilmember Montgomery, did you want to make a request related to community development contracting?
I'll do it separately. Thank you, though.
Yep. We take 3 minutes?
Yeah, so if we can return at, we'll make it 5 minutes, 10:10?
Sure. 5-minute break?
Oh, Joe.
Yeah, 10:30.
We are live.
Great, thank you. We return. And we're up to item number 14. Right? Yeah, consideration of requests related to the approved and adopted fiscal year 2023-2024. And that would be Public Works Director Lee, who is right there.
Good evening again. The presentation tonight is going to be given by City Engineer Katie Daugherty.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and honorable City Council members. I have a brief presentation on 6 items related to the 5-year CIP program. They are a combination of City Council requests and staff requests that all relate to the 5-year CIP, so we grouped them together for this presentation. A quick recap on the 5-year CIP as it was presented in June. If it will advance, thank you. Oh, too far. The 5-year CIP encompasses 84 projects valuing over $160 million. Previously, it was about $50 million that was previously appropriated. We appropriated another about $50 million, $49 million for this current fiscal year, and $61.9 million are programmed in years 2 through 5 in the 5-year CIP. So diving into the 6 items that we're going to be covering tonight, the first was a council request to accelerate the resurfacing of Manhattan Beach Boulevard between Sepulveda and Dianthus. This is just west of Sepulveda Boulevard. The current PCI, Pavement Condition Index, which is a scale from 0 to 100, 100 meaning it's a newly paved street, is currently in the 30s or very poor condition, or excuse me, poor condition, not very poor, poor condition. It is currently programmed to be resurfaced in the 5-year CIP, beginning in design in fiscal year 26 and construction in 27. If we wanted to accelerate this project to be included in our current or our next cycle of street resurfacing projects, which will be cycle 3, we would need to encumber an additional $1 million for that project for this current fiscal year. I'm sorry, for next fiscal year. So moving on to the next one. The next was also a council request to examine replacing the exercise equipment on Veterans Parkway. It's also called the Mariposa Fitness Station. It was previously identified for the National Fitness Campaign Fitness Court that will now be placed at Pollywog Park. There were some challenging site conditions there. The fitness court is very flat, and the site wasn't quite conducive to that. In addition to that, there were a number of ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, upgrades that would need to be done related to that project. So the project was the fitness court was ultimately moved to Pollywog Park. Replacement of the fitness equipment is scheduled right now to begin design in fiscal year 28. And then construction in 29. If we wanted to accelerate this project, it would be approximately $350,000 in general fund money this year. The third item is also a council request to explore expanding the recycled water system to the medians in Manhattan Beach Boulevard. They're currently watered with potable water. The turf on the medians is currently brown and not being watered because of drought regulations. The trees are being watered. But there is recycled water or purple pipe available in the adjacent Pollywog Park. So the request was for us to do a feasibility study in expanding that recycled water system from Pollywog Park into the medians. And we're estimating about $20,000 just for the feasibility study. And that could be paid through the water fund. The next one is a staff request. We had previously received fundings to switch out the light controllers at Village Field. However, it's come to our attention that the electrical infrastructure and the lights themselves are also aged and would likely need to be replaced if we started touching the system. So there is some money in the CIP currently allocated for BEG field improvements, primarily to replace the backstops. And staff is recommending that we reallocate $280,000 from that, pocket of money over to Village Field to be able to replace all of the lighting.
The next is a request from the school district. It's $400,000 in this current fiscal year, and this is to install safety netting at Miracosta High School between the tennis courts and the softball courts. If this request is approved, a funding source would need to be identified, and we would return with that. And then the last request is also from the school district. This is for next fiscal year, $500,000 to continue that safety netting down Meadows Avenue. And again, we would need to come back and identify a funding source if this request were to be approved tonight. So very quickly, here's our list of recommendations. We've got the 6 items I just went through. So we are recommending that you discuss and provide us with direction on each of those 6 items. That is my presentation. I'm here for questions.
Councilmember Napolitano.
Thank you, Your Honor. Questions? I'm trying to remember when the last time we did Manhattan Beach Boulevard, but I remember when it was done. Didn't seem that long ago. Why this stretch? Why is it so bad? And then if it is so bad and it's deteriorated so much quicker than the rest of the roadway, should we be looking at alternative surfaces like concrete that can take a beating better than the asphalt?
I do have that here. The last time it was resurfaced was in 2009. The useful life of a new resurfaced street is usually between 10 and 15 years. This is a very highly used road. You can tell that there are potentially some other issues going on here with, you can actually see where one of the conduits, and the road is sort of breaking away from that. So there may have been a compaction issue that we're dealing with on this stretch of the street. But that is the typical useful life. I wouldn't necessarily recommend concrete. It does last longer. It is very hard for us to do any utility work in concrete streets.
Good. The streets, we won't have this problem.
Well, usually the concrete streets they usually have to do with an extreme slope on a street, and this one's not as steep as that. So I really think this is just wear and tear.
There's a reason why we put concrete at all the bus stops now, though, right?
Well, that's true.
So I guess my point here, too, is this is a very quick flyover for these approvals, which I'm not exactly in favor of.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather look at these individually at a lengthier pace than this. For this one, I see the need, but at the same time, I want to make sure that there's nothing like we discovered with the resurfacing of Manhattan Beach Boulevard between Pacific and Ardmore, that we're looking to reduce lanes and add bike paths and things that we are not aware of.
That's not the case here. This is just proposing a straight resurface, and we would put it back the way it is.
All right. The exercise equipment on Veterans Parkway. A lot of the cost involved there was the, I don't know what you call it, the bouncy surface, not just the ADA, because of whatever's there now, but the rubberized surface. But, I don't know, and we talked about this, why we can't adjust it so we have the decomposed granite there. We don't have it on any other park course, the rubberized surface. I don't know why we need to, that was a huge cost last time Director Lehman presented this to us. And that was one of the reasons why we didn't go forward with it. Besides the fact that we had that other project that now is over at Polywog. So I would look at alternative surfaces there. Recycled water to medians. We talked about exploring the feasibility of the recycled water, so I think that is important, and we can put off any other redesign until we find out what that is. Lights at the village. Is this being accelerated? I can't tell.
Not accelerated, additional funding request.
Okay. I'd like to see this in the context of all the other competing needs, though. That goes with, I won't ask if the school requests have a statistically valid survey to support them, but if we're talking about, 400,000 for safety net, we did have a program that we were supposed to do on a rotational basis, which was the resurfacing of the play areas at the different schools, different elementary schools, throughout the the district, and now we're switching gears to a higher cost, and I would say a less of a public serving use. I mean, we don't want balls hitting them, but I don't know that that's the greatest use for city dollars to go towards netting as opposed to playground equipment and playground refurbishment. So, and then, like I said, I mean, looking at these things on their own, apart from whatever other needs we have, including senior centers and pools and things like that, you know, I'll leave it at that for now and see what my colleagues say.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Hobart?
Yeah, thank you. I think I was most concerned about number 2, the exercise equipment. That's a lot of money for, you know, a wooden balance beam and it's going to be more. I'm sorry, Mark. I mean, I walk my dog down there all the time, and she really likes the water fountain. But and I see some people there, but $300,000 for basically, I just can't, I don't support, I mean, that's a lot of money. Question? Oh, sorry, question. Thank you. You must have a lot of experience doing this. You're just so.
15 and a half years.
Thank you for guiding me so ably. So I guess Steve was asking, would decomposed granite cut down on the cost a lot? Are there any other plans for this space? Are there any other ideas for this space? Why is this, is this just because we've given direction to discuss it that it's on here? It's not like a need that you guys see has to be done, like, for any other reason.
The reason we're bringing it back is related to a council request.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I would say the majority of this cost does have to do with the ADA compliance with the site itself.
Yeah, the site itself. All right. Ignore my comments. Focus on the question. Okay.
So you can ask rhetorical questions like I do.
I suppose so.
Councilmember Lesser.
I have questions as well. So with regard to project number 1 on Manhattan Beach Boulevard and its resurfacing, I'm wondering if we can accelerate it without utilizing this $1 million of our general fund, perhaps by switching the order with some of the other projects. As I read the staff report, it's the streets surrounding the Peck Reservoir. Could they be deferred by a year, particularly if what is the metric that's used for gauging the roadway?
Oh boy, the neighbors there.
But I'm just curious if those roadways are of the same caliber of diminishment as Manhattan Beach Boulevard is.
The streets around Peck Reservoir generally have a PCI of 20 to 50. I'd say Peck Avenue right now is probably the worst condition because it was used as a haul route for the reservoir project. I would say if this is approved, we can look into the funding sources more closely, but there's potential that some of our street resurfacing money could be reallocated to this, and so it's not using general fund money.
Great, so it might not be the full $1 million.
Of general fund. It will be the full $1 million in cost for the project, but not
general
from
fund.
general fund.
Thank
right.
you. Next, with regard to Project 2, I do recall this as a council request, and I wanted to follow up of how we could bring that cost down, because I do see this park horse equipment utilized and so dilapidated, and I can recall we were close to getting a project we thought in 2019, and now we're looking at a construction date 10 years later. I'm just wondering, beyond just decomposed granite, DG, would the cost come down if it was a simpler type of park horse, a replacement of what's there, not the full sort of exercise station that's being repurposed in Pollywog Park?
The answer generally is yes. I'm not sure how much because it's still going to require engineered drawings, so we need an engineering designer on board. It would need to be permitted and constructed. So this number is generally based on the construction bids that we got when we bid the last project.
If it was the will of council, perhaps staff could come back with some more narrowed projections as to what the cost would be,
Certainly.
Right? Okay. Yeah. With regard to the extension of the recycled water, the purple pipe, I was one who very much supported this, but I also wanted to confirm with what West Basin Municipal Water District is currently doing with regard to extensions to their infrastructure. Are they even allowing extensions? Could this all be moot at present, so maybe we want to check that out before we authorize more expenditure.
My understanding is that they are very supportive of expanding the system. They just currently don't have grants to assist with that, so they'll help us in whatever approvals are needed to expand it. They're not offering any grant programs at the moment.
Okay. Finally, with regard to the netting, I'm wondering if there's any data, to the extent that there's a proposal to extend the netting around the tennis courts on meadows. Do we have any data about number of balls that have gone over the net, damaged property, anybody injured? I mean, is there anything to back this up beyond a general sort of anecdotal thought that we want to extend the nets?
I'm going to defer that to the school district. Do you have a response?
Sure, yeah, we've
I'm sorry.
Gotta come down here.
Yeah.
I can hear you, but they can't.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you for having us. My name is Paul Ruda, Director of Facilities and Maintenance, and I can speak on that. We've had multiple tennis students and parents hit with softballs on that side. That's on the south side of the softball and the Pony League, I guess it's called, on the other side. And on the meadow side, Mr. McWill, he's got probably 2 boxes of baseballs that have landed on his house, broken his windows, broken his roof. We're being repairs on that. Broken windshields on Meadows Avenue. So there's, been quite a bit of damage, and the potential of somebody really getting hurt kind of scares us. So,
Is, if I may ask, whose liability is that? I mean, do those people come to the school district and ask for repair of their windshields, or?
We've repaired the roof and the windows on Mr. McWill's house several times. I haven't received a bill for any windshields. I don't know if the sports pay for it directly, but normally we have a what is it called? What does Carol do? I'm sorry.
Insurance coverage binder.
Hi, John Bose, Superintendent, and our risk manager, Carol Gerken, would have to provide more detail on the broken windshield question.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. And so I have some questions, please.
Mr. Mayor?
Motion?
Before you proceed.
I'm sorry, yes, the motion to go beyond 10:30, yes.
Thank you.
So, Richard made the motion, correct?
Yeah, so we have a motion to go beyond, is this the motion for the 10:30?
Sure, I'll make the motion.
Go beyond 10:30. We got a motion from Councilmember Montgomery and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Haworth.
That's right. Steve's gonna vote no.
30 minutes only.
Motion passes.
That's right.
Told you.
Okay. So I'll try to be very quick. What is it about, on number one, what is it about Manhattan Beach Boulevard to Dianthus? I mean, I know it's a hill when it goes down. Does that create any more issues? I mean, if we're going to do this and then 2009 as quickly as 15 years, we're going to face it again? I mean, what's the average lifetime of a repair?
Useful life is usually 10 to 15 years, less so on a street that's this busy. So I would say that the hill is likely contributing to some of it, but I think it really is just wear and tear.
Okay. And is it both sides, eastbound and westbound?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. And the exercise equipment, so are the repairs to it a requirement? I mean, I know we got to do the ADA, but are the repairs to it a requirement by some sort of state requirement? You provide this kind of equipment, you got to keep it in good repair, or?
Well, risk management. Risk management or liability.
Yeah, for sure.
That's okay.
Yeah, Parks and Rec is saying yes, that there is some kind, there's a requirement for maintenance.
Okay. So do we have any idea how much it gets used? Because like Mayor Pro Tem Haworth, I go by there with my version of running on the chips. And I really don't see anybody doing it. It's, any kind of exercise you can do with that equipment, you could do on your own on a flat, piece of grass. So.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Mark Lehman, your Parks and Recreation Director. And it is used heavily, and it has been piecemealed over the years. And unfortunately, if we try to replace it even in kind, it triggers ADA, and then you have to, regrade the entire area. So that's the challenge.
All right, thank you. And have we done things like approach the Manhattan Beach Hometown Fair 10K folks who refurbished the ones on the Strand?
We have not yet, but, we have. I just got a thumbs up.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, over the years, yes.
Over the years.
I'm willing to support.
Okay. So I just called Russ Lesser before the meeting, and he said he's going to look into it. So it's not going to be to this magnitude, though, of $350,000. Okay. As far as the purple pipe, so there was a recommendation. Staff recommends delaying the planned replacement of the landscaping with these medians with drought-resistant tolerant landscaping until after the recycled water feasibility studies findings. Is that so? You're implying that if we put in drought-resistant plants, they still need some degree of irrigation?
Yes, and the medians are currently watered with potable, which is why we're not able to water the turf. If they're watered with recycling, with recycled water, perhaps you would want to revisit the type of landscaping that you're specifying for those medians.
Okay, and will there be savings? Since, are we paying for this water, for this
We're paying for the potable water.
No, the other water.
We would pay for the recycled water, yes.
A lot
we would
less.
pay
A lot more?
Less.
Less.
A lot less, yeah. A lot less, okay. And, okay, Village Field, that makes sense. So we're looking at close to $900,000 to mitigate fencing, to install fencing to mitigate balls going over on both Artesia and Meadows at that corner, because that's where the softball field is. And then, and I'm sorry, was the other one, was the retaining wall? Okay, gotcha. All right, great, no more questions? Councilmember Napolitano?
Thank you. All right, just to Director Lee, to provide context for the street funding and shifting from other places, for instance, Peck Reservoir, my understanding there was a commitment made to the residents around there that we would be addressing the damage to the streets from the construction of the Peck Reservoir sooner rather than later, because we heard from them a number of times.
That's a repeated commitment that we have made.
Yes.
So I just wanted, before we start moving money around, thank you.
Yeah, and as it relates to that, our recommendation would be if you want to accelerate that project, let us look at the street funds we have available and come back with a good recommendation that minimizes the general fund as much as possible. If the council will allow, I just want to clarify as it relates to the cost of potable water versus recycled water. My understanding is years ago the recycled water was a lot cheaper. West Basin was incentivizing that. Those costs are much closer now than they used to be. And so the savings is not necessarily there, but the environmental benefits are there, the resiliency is there, and so there's still high benefit for us to use that type of water.
Okay. Great. And Director Lee, can I just, I'm sorry.
Sure. Go ahead.
Councilmember Lesser. So the backstop, going back to item 4, with the village field and taking money from the big field improvements, the thing that's left there is the backstop. Is that something our Public Works can do to rebuild, or is that with Public Works rebuilding the backstop?
Yeah, the major cost associated with backstops is buying new backstops, and so and installing them. In talking with Parks and Recreation and the user groups, the priority from a community perspective is really to get the lights at Village Field done And so while the backstops at Begg are important, they're not as high a priority as the lights.
Right, okay, gotcha, thank you.
And so, just to be clear, we're recommending shifting those funds, and so we've identified the bucket of funds to shift in that regard.
Right, okay, thank you. Councilmember Lesser?
My understanding, and maybe ask the city managers, there was some potential funding available, not large, for the park course equipment rehabilitation project. Am I right about that?
There was some, but it was very minimal.
Very minimal.
Right. Beach Cities Health District had offered a small amount.
Right. And perhaps one of the reasons why it's not used as much as it used to be is it looks terrible. It's totally dilapidated. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so public comments?
Good evening, Mayor Franklin, Mayor Pro Tem Haworth, council members, City Manager Moe, and city staff members. I'm John Bose, Superintendent of the Manhattan Beach Unified School District, and I'm here tonight firstly to thank the city for its ongoing partnership with the district. The partnership takes many forms, including recent collaborative work related to the installation of pickleball courts at the middle school, the tree replacement project at Pollywog Park, the Begg Pool replacement study, as well as through the shared use agreement that allows the city use of district facilities when school is not in session, and which in turn provides the district with critical funding, field and blacktop maintenance, and a number of other mutually beneficial programs. For the past several years, the City of Manhattan Beach has also supported mutually beneficial improvements to school campuses through the Capital Improvement Program. Such projects have included the installation of security fencing around school campuses, upgrading district radio communications to a digital system to facilitate communication both within the district and with emergency services, and the installation also of new protective play surfaces beneath elementary playground structures. At this time, the district plans to install safety netting between the tennis courts and the adjacent softball fields at Miracosta High School in order to prevent softballs and baseballs from flying into the tennis courts, into the streets, and providing a safer playing area for both the school and community tennis court users. In addition, the district intends to renovate and repair the retaining walls that border the tennis courts, as these have eroded over time and need much attention. Preliminary estimates reflect an anticipated cost of approximately $400,000 for the full scope of this project. If actual costs exceed the available budget, the netting system will be prioritized with any remaining available funds utilized to begin to rehabilitate the tennis court retaining walls and fences. Next year, the district intends to explore the possibility of continuing the implementation of the safety netting by extending it down Meadows Avenue to prevent the balls from the Miracosta fields from landing on sidewalks, streets, and homes to the west of campus. Preliminary estimates reflect an anticipated cost of approximately $500,000 for that scope of work. In the past, the city has contributed an annual amount of $250,000 per year to support such projects, and the district appreciates the city's consideration of continuing this support for the current year as well as the next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bose. Anybody else? How about on Zoom? Oh, I'm sorry. We got a hand here.
I just had a couple questions about this. I know maybe you guys cannot answer it, but is there a proposal for vendors for this work? Not that the lowest bid is always the best option, but do we know if they are required to get a certain number of bids? And are they actually going to do that? The example that comes to mind of fiscal irresponsibility is when the district purchased a buttload of COVID tests for a premium, and I don't remember the exact cost of each test, but it was around double the cost of me walking into Target or CVS to purchase them on my own. So the district never looked into bulk purchasing power and just made somebody really rich. And I'm assuming they did And also, I did a little bit of digging, and the address came back to some shady-looking place in Southern California. So basically, I have no idea if $900,000 is the actual going rate, if any, research has been done, if we're getting more than 3 bids, et cetera. These are just questions that I have. We should absolutely talk about each of these in depth and not just throw them into this one presentation and rubber stamp it. I would like more information, especially on this MBUSD project. I'm just a concerned resident who believes in fiscal responsibility, transparency, and accountability. And also, the pandemic is over. You should remove this plexiglass before somebody gets hurt on it.
Not a chance.
Thank you, Heather. Anybody else? About on Zoom?
There's no request on Zoom.
Okay, we're closing public comments. Colleagues, Councilmember Napolitano.
I do have a question, Dr. Bose, if you can come back up, because I don't think this was covered in our ad hoc, but so if we move forward, is this a reimbursement of money that the school districts is going to put out, or you're looking, how are we going to do this financial? And then the base question, though, is this going to cover the district's ask for the next 4 years, then? At 250,
The request is for, first, any amount that the city is able to provide, the district is greatly appreciative for. The capital improvement project request is $250,000 per year for 2 years. If there's any amount over that, that would be of tremendous assistance. But in either event, it is a project that needs to be completed, and the district, intends to move forward as expeditiously as we can with the funding we have on the netting part and then the retaining wall aspect of the program.
Okay.
And it's done on a reimbursement basis.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then the request, though, is reimbursement for $400,000 for which year? There's FY, there's no number next to it. So that's why I ask, is this what we're talking about? Even if we say yes to the $400,000, that's going to cover the district's request for the next 2 years, and the $500,000 would be 2 years after that. Just saying, even if we front load it in 1 year, then we're not expecting that request for the next 4 years because we've satisfied the $250,000 per year.
Correct.
I think the other option we've envisioned is $250,000 a year for 2 years. And, the district will, make do with the project as best we can, first with the netting, then with the retaining walls. The netting is the primary focus. If the city is able to grant more than the $250,000 per year, that would be greatly appreciated.
Well, you're not here asking for more than $250,000 for the next 2 years?
The request is $400,000 for the project for this year.
Right.
And
So,
next year it'd be more.
yeah, but I don't know where the $250,000 over 2 years comes in. I'm saying that we're not going to get a request for 4 years because we're satisfying the $250,000 ask if we front load this. Right.
We're front-loading it.
Times 4.
Right.
The school district submitted their request irrespective of the $250,000 that we've traditionally given them. This is what the ask is. It's up to council what level you want to fund it at.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Bose, while you're still there, please. So in the past, we've seen like with turf replacement and some other, athletic projects and the like. Have you gone or considered, or have you even formulated a plan to do fundraising for, like via MBX and the like to raise the funds that might be needed, the extra funds that might be needed?
Not for this particular project. MBX and PTAs do help fund a variety of projects. MBX just recently funded the new scoreboard at Costa, and PTAs have regularly done donation in kind, especially for smaller turf projects at the schools. But this is not a project that we have sought out assistance from MBX.
Okay, is there a possibility of asking them so that we can maybe narrow the gap between the $250,000 obligation that we have and your total need?
I think it would be more likely that we would identify other funding earmarked for other projects, and then perhaps work with MBX for some of those smaller projects. But this is a priority project for us because of the safety aspect involved with it.
Right. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Montgomery?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm trying to bring this all home in one shot instead of going back and forth. The first one is the roadway. If you can put that picture back up, please, Martha. The roadway back on MBB. Directly knows and council knows it's a bomb track. And look at the date of the last pavement condition index, folks, 2021. You cannot tell me that road's any better in 2024 than it was in 21. It's gotten worse, much worse. And you're right, part of the slope, Katie, goes down, makes that dip, you hit a sewer line, manhole cover, and you're sliding. So it needs to be done, and yes, we need to accelerate this baby, because that every time my car hits that roadway, I got to remember to call Director Lane and say, can we move this thing up? Director Lane did patch it. We patched the potholes that we had back then, but it doesn't stop the pavement splitting. And I hear about it every time I go by there, and I had to remember to do this. So definitely yes on the acceleration. I'm with Steve on this one. We promised the people near Peck we would not divert funds. And Peck is also the bad shape because of the trucks for the reservoir project. It beat that thing up to no end. So I think we can do both. We're not taking money away from Peck to do MBB. We can still do both and keep both on a priority schedule, but accelerate item number one. Number two, I'm okay with delaying the park horse thing. I know it's not a priority issue for me. No one's called me and emailed me, but hey, let's finish the Veterans Park horse. They're probably bothering Director Lehman instead, but they're not calling me. Part number three, the purple pipe, absolutely. We're supposed to be doing the right thing. Number three is easy to say you're doing the right thing. The Purple Line project. Number four, the beg field, I think Director Lee's right. We can shift the funds from one field to the other. It's their call. I'm agree with this one. I agree yes on number four, the lighting from Manhattan Village Field. And then number five, whether we front load them, the 400,000 or not, 250 from us now and the difference for next year, or that's the priority item. They're getting baseballs. I wonder what school board member approved that baseball field hitting balls over meadows. I wonder who did that. But
years before me.
We can approve number four, and we'll worry about, we skip a year and a half later for funding for that one.
It'd be cheaper to point the field in the opposite direction.
Yeah,
Great.
turn it around.
That's number five.
But number four, yes, Bruce, I think that's a priority. I don't want to hear any more about baseballs coming over.
Number five.
Number four, sorry.
Huh?
I'm talking about first.
Five.
It's okay.
The school district is number 5. Is that the one you're referring to?
Sorry, number 5, yes. And number 6, district facilities, I'm not sure. I put a question mark on that one. If that's the priority, I know the baseball field is number 5, but the funding and improvements, district facilities, if it's a consideration and they want to put it right behind the baseball fields, we can always do the front-loading portion for number 6 as well. I'm neutral on that one way or the other.
That's also netting, right?
Right.
So, and that would, it's in fiscal year 2025, but I think what you're saying, can I
Yes.
clarify, is that you see front-loading both number 5 and number 6, the amount sort of equals 4 years at $250K.
That's where Steve was going.
Right. Well, I'm referring to what you're saying.
Yes.
So you're saying, we're doing this, but then don't come back to us in year 3 and 4.
For number 6.
Well, don't come back to us later on for $250,000 for something else, because we're giving you $1 million with these 2 projects.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That was your motion. I seconded it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Okay, yep.
Thank you. Yeah, just to clarify, it's the consideration of 250, it's consideration project. It's not a promise, it's not an obligation on a yearly basis to provide to we're
Yeah.
We try to find mutually beneficial projects that benefits the community and the district at the same time. again, I don't see this as a huge benefit to the community as much as it is to the school's liability. I'm fine with that, with the understanding, though, that this is going to satisfy 4 years of that request, the consideration. It's going to satisfy 4 years of it.
Yeah.
Don't ask for anything else over the next 4 years.
They'll come to Councilmember Lesser and Howarth after 2025.
All finished?
Yes.
Councilmember Lesser?
So now that there's been the heavy lifting on these other matters, I'd like to return to the park course with a proposed friendly amendment, because I see you've made a motion. That is, you heard from the mayor that there may be some prospective funds available for this, and I just would wonder if you'd be receptive to, if we can accelerate it with there being monies. My recollection is there was a whole survey that was done, that residents engaged with the city. I had asked the city manager some months ago if that data was still available as to what residents wanted at that location. There was a great deal of engagement, and there was the expectation that this was going to be built when I was on council before, so that this is so many years delayed. I'd love to see it expedited, but only if there's some decent money. That
So you're saying you
comes
didn't
through.
keep your promise?
Exactly.
Sorry, that was a joke. That was a joke.
Yes, to your question, you want to amend that part, if you find outside funding, bring it back.
Okay, and I would accept that as
Is that helpful?
seconded
We have a
motion.
grants administrator. I hope we can.
I see our city
Mayor Pro Tem.
manager may want to say something, if I may.
Well, no, I was going to say, it seems like there's something through you that the superintendent wanted to add to.
Well, let him.
That's what I was going to ask, if he wanted to.
And thank you for the reconsideration. The district's interest is to secure 2 years' worth of funding for $250,000 per year, and then to have flexibility in years, 3 and 4 to, come back with requests for other projects of mutual, interest. The district will find a way to prioritize, other funding to complete the difference between the $250,000 and the $400,000. I'm very grateful for the 2 years of request, but it is a 2-year request for $250,000, per year.
For each year?
Yes.
So it's not a total of $900,000 over the 2 years, it's a total of $500,000 over the 2 years?
$500,000 over 2 years.
Okay.
If more funding is available.
Great.
Wonderful, but fully
Great.
understand
Okay,
that
so-
$250,000 is
So
the
basically,
traditional
using our
ask.
terminology of, it's preloading, just 2 years.
Yes.
For a total of 500,000.
Yep, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Haworth? Did you have more
Oh,
comments?
no, I just wanted to, I could tell there was some desire to speak to that, so I wanted to make that happen.
Okay, I'm going to try to fast track, just like Councilmember Montgomery. So on number one,
We have a motion.
comment?
You can comment. I mean, you said I want to fast track.
So then is your motion then going to be for yes, no, yes, yes?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, no, yes, unless there's funding for number 2, then yes, 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 yes.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
And 500,000,
Yeah, no, that's close enough. Okay, great. So we have a motion from Councilmember Montgomery.
Sir.
and as Councilmember Napolitano mentioned, as per the joint use agreement, the city is obligated to consider 250 each year. So by giving them 500 this year, we don't have to consider 250 next year.
That is correct. If you're going to give them 250 now, you're front-loading the second year.
Yes.
It's dispersed in the second year, though. Whatever. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying that if you're going to give them 500 now, next year, you won't have to consider 250,000. Correct?
Yes.
Correct.
That's our understanding.
Okay.
Yes, and it was concurred.
Yeah.
We're good to go?
We good to go? Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
All righty.
And do we need another vote for 11 o'clock?
Actually, Mayor, the The vote needs to be taken by 10:30 to extend beyond 11, even though occasionally that's the motion. So you've already got the motion to go beyond 11. Councilmember Montgomery says he's leaving in 4 minutes.
What? Okay.
Playing the catch.
Bills to pay. Okay, so that's number 14, so number 15.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I want to talk about the shield. The reason why I don't want to be sneezing on our staff and coughing on our staff. That's why the plastic shields are in place. They will remain in place at the dais. The plastic cover shields at the dais.
I see, okay.
This is on staff.
I know our city manager and our city clerks appreciate that.
Okay, so number 15, consideration of options to fill the Parking and Public Improvements Commission seat number 4, vacancy, and that will be City Clerk Lisa Tamura.
Honorable
In
Mayor,
3
members-
minutes.
Yes. Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, Lisa Tamura, City Clerk. The PPIC Business Community seat has been vacant since November last year. Staff is seeking City Council direction on how to proceed with filling this vacancy. Assistant City Clerk Alvarez will be providing the staff presentation outlining options for City Council to consider.
Okay, is this, we got a motion? Is this the same?
Yeah, I don't know if Councilman Montgomery is going to go along with this or not, but I'm going to go with option 2.
I was going option 2.
I think this is ridiculous that we can't get a business community member, and I think it should just be a member at large. I think our commissions are able to make decisions for the benefit of the greater community and the business community without having a designated one. No one stepped up to do it. Go with option 2, 100%.
So public comment?
Public comment?
Open for public comment.
Nobody on Zoom.
Nobody on Zoom, nobody in here.
It's already in motion.
So we have a motion to accept
Call for the question.
by Councilmember Napolitano and seconded by Councilmember Montgomery, and now we can vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, look at this.
That's an easy one.
So this is number 16, consideration of resolutions awarding a construction agreement to Clarke Contracting Corporation.
Move approval.
Okay.
Yes.
Are there any questions?
No questions.
Seeing none?
I would
Any-
just simply
Public.
ask, go ahead. I do have one question, and that is, this is a huge project. This is one of our larger ones. It's appropriately on the agenda. I just
Yes.
wanted to confirm how you're going to be publicizing this project, and let's confirm what it is briefly.
Thank you for your support in that regard. Yes, this is a massive construction project, and that is why it's on your general business calendar, because we want to make sure that it's amply noticed to the community. So Senior Civil Engineer Tim Berthasell will very quickly summarize the outreach up to this point and the outreach that will is envisioned going forward.
Thank you.
And you've sat through the entire meeting. You better
Yes.
get up and speak. I mean,
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. To summarize the community outreach, we presented the project to Parking and Public Improvement Commission on October 26, 2023. We held a community meeting here in council chambers on January 30th, 2024, and we're bringing it to council today on February 20th. And then we'll also send out construction notices as we approach the construction date, and hold meetings with residents as needed.
I'd just simply ask if I could.
Yes.
You can the city could issue a press release as well, perhaps. There's no real cost incurred in doing that. I'm just trying to think of other ways we can really get the message out, because I think when people realize the scale of this project.
Absolutely. And then one of the things we struggle with this project is it's going to provide great benefits that people just assume that the city is going to do anyways. We noticed literally thousands of people that come to the community meeting and didn't have a great turnout. And so press releases, yes. We'll be doing notices to impacted residents in the area when construction is actually coming their way. We just really wanted the council and the community to know that we are coming, and don't want it to be a surprise when we get there.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
And one, I'm sorry, Councilmember Napolitano?
Not a question, comment on the motion, Your Honor.
Okay, so a question from me, please, is how long is this going to take for the construction? I was looking in the report, I didn't see.
Good evening. The anticipated construction schedule is spring 2024 to spring 2025.
2024, so when in 2024?
This spring, this coming
Spring
just a
to
couple
when in
months.
2025?
To spring 2025.
Okay, so 1 year.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Napolitano?
Yeah, I made the motion to approve this. It wasn't done lightly. I read the staff report. Goes just hand in glove with all our other environmental efforts. We've done this before, actually, put in these things to treat and to remove the trash and other elements before they get into the ocean. So this is just another way we're going to improve the water quality off our coasts, and it's a much needed and essential project for us. So there's no doubt in my mind that we should move forward on this. This is why we do things with the storm drain money.
I second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Napolitano.
And public comments?
Oh, I'm sorry, public comments? Anybody here? No? Anybody on Zoom?
No request on Zoom.
Okay, going to close public comments. We've got a motion from Councilmember Steve Napolitano, seconded by Councilmember Lesser.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Any AB 1234 reports?
None, Your Honor.
No. Future agenda items?
None, Your Honor.
No, not even for me.
City manager report?
Just two quick ones, one from Talene Mirzakanian and one from George Gabriel, just brief updates.
Okay.
Good evening again, Council. On February 12th, Monday, February 12th, the Environmental Sustainability Division of our department hosted a sustainability forum, the goal of which was to update the attendees on our former achievements in environmental sustainability, inform them of the policies that are underway, but most importantly, to seek their input on environmental priorities moving forward. We had about 40 attendees. We used the Mentimeter app to, one, ask them to enter what they think the city should include in their environmental action plan moving forward. And so people entered all sorts of things, some of which are on the screen. And then the second part of that was that we asked them to vote from the options that were submitted in step one, so that we could understand where people's priorities were. As you can see on this screen, the number one priority from the attendees came in as solar on all buildings. When asked to describe what that meant, essentially people said that they wanted to see solar on municipal facilities, but they also wanted to incentivize solar on residential buildings. And then another interesting comment that came in was that they wanted to see the city taking action on repealing NEM 3.0, which is a tariff enacted in April by the California Public Utilities Commission, which reduces the compensation to homeowners for excess power sent to the electric grid, thereby reducing the incentive to the homeowner. What came in as number two, it was actually tied between native plants in public and commercial spaces, which have inherent benefits for wildlife and water conservation. And that was tied with better bicycle infrastructure. People were supporting bicycle lanes and particularly safer bicycle routes for children going to school. And the third, we talked about NEM 3, was leaf blower education and enforcement. They wanted to see a revival of leaf blower education and corresponding enforcement. This is available online. It's on our sustainability website, as is the presentation from that evening, if the council wanted to just peruse through the results that came in. But we are already taking on some of these actions, particularly the leaf blower education. We'll collaborate with our other departments to take some actions there. Thank you.
Your Honor, question on those?
Yes.
Or
Yes.
comment is just, nice, but, good beginning, but, it's hard to take a sampling of 40 people and extrapolate that to the community, especially when, for instance, the native plants requirements, we already have those requirements, actually. So I don't even know why it's an option on there, because we already have a regulation requiring that. Seems to me like maybe we should expand this, like we've expanded some of our other surveys, put it online, let people comment on them. I'm sure that maybe some, Dr. Bose left, but, the schools would be interested in students participating in it as they have in other ones. Let's try and expand upon this. I'm not going to take this as gospel for
Yeah,
anything.
we could absolutely do that.
Okay, thank you.
Great idea.
And if I make a point as well, because I attended the meeting, right?
Yes,
Just the one
you
I
did.
I attended?
Yes, you did.
I was there.
Okay.
You were there, I was there. yeah.
Right, is that, there were a lot of industry representatives in that room. I don't know if we told them not to vote
Oh, yeah.
on these things, so there was a lot of non-residents there as
Yes,
well.
correct.
So, that might have skewed it, so I agree with the little bit more valid survey among residents, because it is important information to get.
Absolutely.
Well, and if we do a survey, we might want to give some suggestions.
Yes, that's what
because-
we would have to do.
Right, I mean, if we do, these were ideas that were generated by the people in attendance. So I think that, I think a survey is a great idea, but I would like to see a little more thought from Daniel and yourself to to guide a little bit.
Yeah, because right here, reducing use of disposables in restaurants downtown, state law now that, you
We
have
did
to
that.
do it on request. So
Right, that's
it's like,
exactly
why is
right.
that even on there?
It's because it was there, someone just said it, so that's why it was on there, so.
Okay, one more update?
Well, no, Richard had something.
Oh,
I pushed the
I'm
button.
sorry, Richard.
Since
Richard, I
everybody
thought
else
you
got
were
to ask the
saying I have
question, I'm
to
going to
go.
ask the question. Did you include street sweeping on there?
We didn't include anything as staff. It was left to the attendees to type in the responses.
Anybody put one street sweeping in there?
No.
I can't read it all.
Probably a one.
It didn't, I don't think.
Probably the guy on Meadows, or Rowell.
No, they were just.
Director Lee
coming
got it. All right, never mind, it's okay.
I don't believe
I'm
it's
good.
on there.
All right.
I'm good. Thank you.
Next update?
Councilmember, or Mayor Franklin and members of the City Council, George Gabriel, Assistant to the City Manager. So council will recall July 18th, 2023, council directed staff to basically advocate with the state legislature for a bill to remove the request to get consent from the DA to prosecute state misdemeanors. We have positive development on this front. Assemblymember Almer Suchi has introduced legislation to this effect. That bill is AB 2309, and in essence, it removes the consent requirement and instead authorizes the city attorney of any general law city or chartered city to prosecute any misdemeanor committed within the city arising out of a violation of state law.
Let's track that bill.
We
AB
should
2309.
put press out on that.
Yeah. Yes, and
give credit to Assemblymember Marsucci.
correct, and they've definitely, we had a lot of conversations with them in the past couple of months, and they've been more than willing to take up this cause, and we'll be working with other cities that agree with this legislation. Great.
Great, thank you, well done. City Attorney report?
Nothing tonight.
Okay.
Good man.
Let's see, so. Adjournment?
Yeah.
Right.
Where Tim goes first.
So we're going to adjourn. We have two adjournment.
We have two adjournments.
Yeah.
We'll adjourn to 5 o'clock, just in case. Just like last 2 weeks ago, we adjourned to 5 and no closed session was necessary. So you'll be adjourning this to 5 o'clock 2 weeks from now.
Okay.
Okay, so should I begin, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
So as the mayor mentioned, we have two adjournments tonight, really two local legends. And the first person that we are adjourning our meeting in honor of tonight is real estate giant Arnold Goldstein, an icon in Manhattan Beach and beyond in the real estate industry. He passed away at the age of 90 on January 23rd. He was Being a real estate broker was a far cry from his original life goal. He was born in Detroit, and he grew up with a talent for drawing, and he studied fashion design in college. But he discovered real estate in the 1960s, selling 60 homes in 1 year, a record to this day. He founded Shorewood Realtors in 1969. With Larry Wolf, who became his partner in 1979, Shorewood grew to 7 offices and 350 realtors. And when they sold the company in 2014, it was the 8th largest real estate company by dollar volume in Los Angeles County, right here in Little Manhattan Beach. Beyond these professional achievements, he had a passion for fashion, notorious for his decadent outfits. He loved horses, and along with his wife, Homera Goldstein, he was a founding member of the American Institute of Wine and Food. And the couple became passionate about collecting art together, which we know. He was also a diehard fan of his son Joshua and never missed one of his games. Homera really wants people to know of her husband's love and his relentless, unyielding drive for excellence. He was a legend, she said, an icon, a mentor, and had a love for people and success. Arnold Goldstein left an incredible impact on Manhattan Beach and is survived by his wife Homera, their son Joshua, and grandson Silas, as well as his son Mark from his first marriage and his granddaughters Jordan and Mia. So let's have a moment of silence and appreciation for Arnold Goldstein. Thank you.
Your Honor, I have an adjournment too as well. Regarding a passing of Redondo Beach Mayor Bill Brand. The family and members of the City Council of Redondo Beach and Manhattan Beach announce a great sadness and heavy hearts at the death of Mayor Bill Brand. Mayor Brand, 65, passed away at home on the evening of Friday, February 9th, with his loving wife, family, and friends by his side. His family and friends surrounded him in the last few days during his sudden turn of health. He valiantly fought stage 4 lung cancer over the past 4.5 years as only he could. He survived a specific cancer longer than any other diagnosed in the United States.
Wow.
A testament to his will to live, his will to move forward, and his will to lead the community he loved so much. Mayor Brand was born in Dallas, Texas. That explains why we probably got along so well. And moved to the South Bay in 1966. Finding the seaside lagoon, he told everyone he'd found heaven. His service to the community began in 2000, first as a concerned resident, then as a champion for open space, where he created a nonprofit organization, the South Bay Parkland Conservancy, and finally as a member of local elected office. He co-authored a winning ballot measure 2008, amending the city charter, and was a fierce advocate for many environmental and coastal priorities, including being the major driver in the final decision for the shutdown of the AES power plant. Being able to see that event through was an accomplishment of which he was extremely proud. Mayor Brand was elected twice to the City Council of Redondo Beach, starting in 2009, and then twice to the office of mayor. He continued to serve admirably and extensively while undergoing cancer treatments. His work as mayor of Redondo Beach, while hospitalized several times and often in pain, continued. He remained dedicated to his vision of a waterfront park to the very end. Service announcements for private and public ceremonies will be forthcoming. In lieu of flowers, his wife and family are asking that all donations be sent to the nonprofit he started, the South Bay Parkland Conservancy, or the Cancer Support Committee South Bay, in Bill's memory. Ask a moment of your time in memory of Mayor Bill Brand. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And we will adjourn until 5 p.m. on March 5th.